Hello, good morning everyone. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all here this morning on behalf of the National University of Ireland, Dublin City Council, the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Ireland, Christchurch, who've provided the lovely room, and of course as well our other partner, the Friends of Medieval Dublin. So, it's my duty to kind of kick things off, but I just want to say it's lovely to have you all in the room, to see familiar faces and lots of new faces as well. It's my great pleasure to introduce the current ambassador, Norwegian ambassador to Ireland, Mari Skrur. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that properly, no. Very badly. But she follows in a great tradition of the former ambassador to Ireland, Elsa Berit Eikeland. The Norwegian embassy under Elsa and Mari have been central to forging wonderful connections here for those of us who work in the fields of Viking studies. So I really want to acknowledge that and thank Elsa and Marie for carrying on the tradition. So if you'd like to come up now, Ambassador, Her Excellency, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to see all of you here. This interest for St Olave, the Norwegian king. My name is Mari Skrur, and I've been called by all kinds of versions of that name. It's no problem at all. I will respond to everything. Even the nickname I was giving in the previous position, which was Scary Mary. So, of course, you are here based on your interest and engagement of our common history. And I just want to acknowledge that this seminar is the brainchild of Else, my good friend and previous ambassador, and Dublin City Council, and the Irish University, that we finally could get this rolling. The idea was born in 2020, and then came COVID, and it killed so many initiatives, but not this one, because this has a deeply rooted engagement. And I, as ambassador now, and we at the Norwegian Embassy, we continue to appreciate the collaboration with Dublin City Council, the university, so many representatives of institutions and actors. I met with so many academics, historians and archaeologists particularly, but also others. I met with people of Ireland that is so engaged in this part of history and embrace this part of their heritage. I met with men and women of the church. I met with experts that turned diplomats, and diplomats that turned experts. So I think it's fantastic that we see this interest and that is growing. And of course, our history, our common history, is not written in stone. It's a continuous development to understand what went on hundreds of years ago and how that has made us to what we are today. And I'm very happy to see in particular that we are now gaining a deeper understanding of women's role, that we have a much more nuanced understanding of the Vikings' role, in particular here in Ireland, and that we can say with great confidence that the people that came here, they came actually from what is called Norway today. And I encourage you to see the exhibition at Dublinia, which is artifact that was found in female Viking graves in Norway. It's on loan from the Stavanger Museum of Archaeology, and it manifests the great ties and bonds between Norway and Ireland. There has been many events. One event that I remember with great fondness was when we had Bishop Herborg Finseth visiting here. She was present when the plaque of St Olave's Church in Fishamble Street was revealed. That was a great moment. I know that Elsa, she had the honor to be present when a similar plaque was revealed in Waterford. And we as an embassy, we had a team outing to St Olave's in Fingal, close to Malahide, where we learned about this fantastic stone church, and I would say perhaps not verified yet, but possible influence of the Hiberno-Norse societies here in Dublin. So it's really something that we embrace, and I think we can still deepen our relationships on this. You could say that the King of Olav, his life was a failure. In fact, he died on the battlefield trying to regain power in Norway, which he didn't succeed in. But of course, his life was turned into a big success by successors and people who wanted to use the opportunity and create a sainthood in the power struggle against Denmark. So we will learn more about this and the successes of Saint Olav. And you could also say that St Olave, he was part of an international industry producing saints at that time. And in fact, we have an old wooden stick calendar in Norway. It's like an ancient calendar. It is, the first calendar was rune calendar. Now it's an ancient calendar stick. I think they started to use around 1200. And on this calendar, which has one summer side and one winter side, you find 4 Irish saints, in addition to St. Olave, of course. So they were incorporating the saints also from Ireland. It was St. Bridget, St. Sunniva, St. Patrick, and St. Columba. So there again, an indication of the strong connectivity between Norway and Ireland. And the historic connections, they are as real as the very good relationship that we enjoy today with our bilateral collaboration on world affairs, on regional affairs, and also on bilateral affairs. And I don't know if you know, but the Irish DNA Atlas, it says that up to 20% of the Irish DNA is Norwegian. Every year we have about 60,000 Norwegians coming here as tourists. And if any of them ask for my advice, I give them one advice. There is one stop you have to make, and that's the National Museum of Archaeology. It is absolutely essential to understand our history, to go and see the Viking exhibition. I would say the whole museum is fantastic. So if we have any public visitors, we take them there. Any private visitors, anybody who asks me for advice, I say this is number one. But of course, we have also Irish people visiting Norway, and perhaps not as many as we would have liked. And I will encourage you to come to Norway and explore the Viking history there, to tie into your history in Norway. Oslo could be a very good destination with the Viking Ship Museum now soon to reopen. Maybe you would like to walk one of the pilgrim paths towards Nidaros Cathedral. Or maybe you will take the new direct flight to Bergen and experience the west coast of Norway and maybe tie into your Viking identity. So welcome very much to Norway. I wish you a fantastic seminar. I'm really looking forward to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. This seminar today is actually a part of the Dublin Festival of History. And this is our 6th year that this collaboration has put some kind of an event on for the festival. So we spanned the pandemic. And very kindly, during the pandemic, Søren Sindbeck agreed to give a seminar online. So he gave a seminar on Zoom, which attracted nearly 200, I think, attendees. And so it was around this time in 2020. It was the first time we'd all really used Zoom. I remember sitting on my couch with my 2 dogs trying to keep them quiet. I wasn't really quite sure of everything that would happen during it. But Søren gave us a fantastic lecture on Viking Age Reba and on some of the excavations that he's carried out in Norway. He's a scholar of international repute, as are all the people who are here today to speak, and we're delighted to have him in Dublin because he wasn't able to attend that time in 2020. So we have a special welcome for him, and he's going to chair now our first session. Thank you.
I'd also like to welcome you and to thank our organisers very much for putting together this fantastic program. and especially, of course, for my part, for the opportunity to take part and share this session, despite the fact that I cannot say that I qualify as a Norwegian, nor certainly as a saint. But I would say for my excuse that I did study during my studies many years ago for one term in Trondheim, and I have lived and worked in three great medieval cities with St Olaf's churches, including Aarhus, where I now am professor of medieval archaeology. But without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker this morning, who is Stefan Hope, now from the Institute of Archaeology and Conservation and History at the University of Oslo. And Stefan is one of the greatest experts on medieval saints' cults, and especially the royal saints. And he has written widely about not just St Olaf, but St Knut, the Danish royal saint, and St Edward, and several others. So, Stefan, we look very much forward to hear you today. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that extremely kind and a bit more than precise introduction. I don't think I deserve all of that praise, but I will gladly take it. And thank you all for coming here. Thank you for the invitation. And I will start my talk or start this seminar by delving into one of the main questions that have been plaguing scholarship on both Norwegian history in general, the cult of saints, and the 11th century, namely the cult of St Olaf and its very rapid and wide spread. So, yes, sorry. So the main question that I want to contend with today, and for which I will hopefully provide a reasonable answer at the end, is how the cult of St Olaf spread so rapidly and also so widely in the North Sea world. And by North Sea world, I also include Ireland and the Faroes and the Orkney Islands. So we could also say the North Atlantic world. And I will already now give you the main answer to this question, namely that the main reason was that there was no cult center that could monopolize and control this spread of the cult, which led to the cult being open to a lot of different social groups who went their own ways throughout the North Sea and wider northern European world. And the lack of this central control, as it were, and the lack of a monopolized cult meant that these various social groups and the individuals and the historical agents, they were all doing their own bit to formulate the idea and the cult of St Olaf. And to make this argument, I wish to provide some examples of different social groups and how they influenced the dissemination of St Olaf and his cult throughout the North Sea world. So I will provide some examples, and hopefully you will find that sufficiently convincing to agree with me that the main reason for this spread was exactly that so many people were involved, and that the cult could travel along so many roads simultaneously and without any main central control. So in other words, the decentralization of both church and secular affair in these decades following his death, those features were the exact reason why the cult spread and had such a success. Now, one of the main features of the cult of St Olaf, and precisely the reason why this question has attracted so much attention, is that the development happened quite rapidly according to 11th century standards. And here are some of the main sources that, or some of the main moments in this development that we know from surviving sources. We should expect that there were quite a lot of other sources, quite a lot of other activities. A lot of this dissemination and this formulation of an image of St Olave happened through oral dissemination, sermons, songs, and as we see also skaldic poems that were later written down. So what we have here is just a brief skeleton of what was once a very substantial corpus of cult activity. Now I will get back to these various points throughout the talk, but this is the main outline of the first, let's say, surge of cult activity. And throughout each of these countries or these stations, I will focus on some of the main social groups that were involved in this process of creating the cult and establishing the cult. But it's important to keep in mind that in all of the countries that I will be touching on, all of the social groups were somehow involved. We just don't have the sources to trace the involvement of all of them in each case. When it comes to Norway, the focus is on bishop and skalds. The skalds were to a great extent Icelanders, at least in those cases where St Olave is concerned. And this was the starting point of the cult. St Olave died at the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030, just a short while north, or a short distance north of Trondheim. He was then carried to Trondheim and buried. And the next year, the second bishop of Norway, who was residing in Trondheim, had his body exhumed and then translated or moved to the Church of St Clement. The bishop was Grimkel, an Anglo-Norse ecclesiastic who had followed Olaf during his time as king to become the second bishop of Norway. Later sources also say that he was the nephew of the preceding bishop of Norway. We don't know that for sure. What is interesting here, and what I really want you to take away with you from this example when it comes to Norway, is that the events in the 1030s and onwards show that there was already a significant knowledge about Christian ideas, about Christianity, about the cult of saints, and about how to recognize sainthood. And a lot of Norwegians have been Christian for quite a few generations by that time, and so they were able to understand and to recognize what was happening when Bishop Grimkel had the body exhumed and moved to the Church of St. Clement. You should also remember that this is a period of very great decentralization in the Latin Church. So at this point in time, episcopal authority is the only thing you need to proclaim someone a saint. But it has to be done through a proper proclamation, in this case by way of translating the relics and enshrining them. And this was done on the August the 3rd, which is a very important feast in the liturgical year. It's a feast of the finding of the bones of St. Stephen. That happened in the 5th century. And this calendar, this feast is marked on in all the surviving 11th century calendars we have from England, for instance, which was the main let's say the main source for liturgical material that came to Norway. So the choice of the date is not a coincidence. It's a deliberate move in order to connect Olav as the martyr king with the first martyr of all Christians. And similar kind of typological connections, these links with the Bible and the biblical history, you also see in the skaldic poems, like one from which I will show an excerpt here called the Glærlungskvæða, or the Song of the Calm Sea, or the Sea Calm. And there we have reports of let's see. Oh, sorry. Yeah, not sure what this seems to be. Oh, right. Sorry about that. And here we see this is just one of the verses where it says that the praise blessed prince lies there so pure with his body incorrupt. Incorruption as in the sense that a complete and undecayed body as a sign of sanctity was well established in Christian hagiography, and this was then included in a poem by an Icelandic skald. So the knowledge about these ideas, about these biblical connections were already in place. And so we see that for the spread of the cult in Norway, the bishops, in this case the one bishop, there were later several bishops at the same time, later in the 11th century, and then the skalds who were familiar with Christian topoi, they did a very important job in establishing an idea of who St Olave were. We should also expect the bishops to have performed sermons on the feast day or the feast days of St Olave, but they would most likely have been just oral presentations and not written down. So we can only speculate about the content and their extent. Now in Denmark, my main focus is on kings and warriors, and this is drawn from one specific incident, which was the Battle of Lyskov Hede, which was a battle between a joint army of Norwegians and Danes, because Magnus Olafsson, the son of St. Olaf, was the Danish king at that time. And they fought against the Wends, who were a Slavic group. And after this battle, the Norwegian king ordered the issuing of a coin, which is the earliest depiction of St. Olaf we have. A later tradition, which might have its roots in the 11th century, tells that Magnus was visited by his Holy Father in a dream the night before the battle, and promised to bring him victory. And this is also a typical idea in Latin Christian hagiography, that the saint is this kind of battle helper or leads the armies to victory. And this provided then a starting point for a story which later was written down in the 12th century, but where you have the veterans of this battle, a pool of what we could call the Norse military diaspora. These were mercenaries and soldiers who traveled around to participate in battles and serve as mercenaries. And with them also traveled the stories of St. Olaf, we should expect. And with the coins that, apologies for the blurred picture, there are no good ones of this particular coin yet. But what we see here is the figure of St. Olaf holding an axe, which was his emblem of martyrdom, and then the royal scepter. And it's important also to note that the scepter was the defining feature of royalty in 11th century Norway and Denmark. The crown only came in the 12th century, so this is the mark of the king. So here we have in Denmark both the kings, or one king in this case, and then warriors, both Danish and Norwegian, who would have had this historical moment of reference that they could use to tell each other stories and transport these stories along the mercenary routes. And as we know, the Norse mercenaries went all over Europe, including Byzantium. There were also in Denmark clerics and merchants involved, but the most famous or the most easily analyzed sources are those from the kings and the warriors. Now in England, the focus is on clerics and aristocrats, because we do have quite a few sources from 11th century England, and this is where we have the greatest supply of written sources that testify to a cult of St Olave. And one of the earliest datable instances is from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, where the Earl Siward of Northumbria is buried at the Church of York, which he himself has not built it, but he has ordered its construction, and that's where he is interred. We have some other churches, for instance, in Exeter, where the wife of the Earl of Wessex, Geitha, donated land to the church, and this similar donation, or similar, rather a letter of privilege, was also donated by, or given by, Edward the Confessor to this same church. So here we see how the Anglo-Norse aristocracy, with all their connections across the North Sea and throughout England, how they contributed to this spread by providing houses of veneration, and houses that could in some way become, if not cult centers, then at least nodes in a wider network of the cult. They provided some infrastructure for the veneration of St Olave. And part of that infrastructure was also made possible through books and through the earliest liturgical sources that we have featuring the name of St Olave. These are also mainly in the area around Exeter. Sorry. We have, for instance, here this page from the Leofric Collector. It's a collection of liturgical chants and texts where we see, where we see here the heading or the rubric in Natalicio Sancti Olavi Martyris. So this is for the feast for the heavenly birthday, or the day of death, of St Olaf the Martyr. Few of the songs that we have been composed specifically for St Olaf. They are adapted from existing chants. But the fact that he is included in these books is immensely important. We see also that he is included in a calendar from the Exeter Pontifical. And what is important here is to note that he is included, he is not added. I've seen the reference, well, I've seen some writing saying that he was added to the calendar, but when you see how his name is written in the same, let's say with the same letters, with the same type, and in the same process as the other ones, we see that he was included. So he was venerated prior to the composition of this list, which is important when it comes to the understanding the age of the cult itself. We also, oh, yeah, sorry. This is another liturgical document. This is a collect, so a prayer addressed to God, where they thank God for giving them Olaf as their saint and as their ambassador. Now, just very shortly towards the end of this talk, I also want to touch on Ireland. Ireland will be treated much more substantially later on in this seminar, so I'm only going to touch it very shortly. What is interesting here, though, is that we have some late sources that point to an oral tradition going back to the 11th century. And here we have again the case where warriors have been the main disseminators of the cult of St Olave by telling these stories that later were written down. And it has to do with a disagreement between two chieftains, and it is said that according to the later record written in Trondheim around 1180 in the Miracles of St Olave, we read about a certain an Earl Guthorm who has a disagreement with his allied and also his relative by marriage, who is the king of Dublin, rendered in Latin as Margodus. And they are in disagreement about how to split the loot after a very successful pillage. And so St Olaf appears to Guthorm because he was also related to the martyred king, and he helps ensure victory over the king of Dublin. What we see here is a case of a person that can be attested in also Irish historical document. This is a late medieval example or copy of the Annals of Tiernach. This story itself is likely to be based in real events, precisely because we have a figure that is historically attested. That's not always the case with these miracle stories, and the story has then survived and been adapted into this hagiographical story in the 12th century. So what these examples show is precisely that a lot of different people and a lot of different types of people were involved in distributing, disseminating, and spreading the cult of St Olaf and the ideas about how St Olaf was. We can notice that quite a few of the earliest miracle stories are dealing with Olaf as a battle helper, which I think should be taken to indicate the very significant military dimension of the Norse world, and also that the Norse military diaspora traveled and by traveling and by talking to other mercenaries and warriors in other countries, helped distributing this and creating these stories, which provided the foundation for the written hagiographies in the 12th century. These are just some examples of the historically attested individuals that were involved, but we also have a lot of nameless and faceless men and women in all these social groups. And remember that the social groups are not siloed off from one another. There was a lot of exchange between these groups, and they all serve to ensure that that the cult of St Olaf was disseminated. And my main argument is precisely that because there was no one institution that could monopolize the idea of St Olaf, that couldn't fashion St Olaf in an image that they preferred, as is what happened in Norway in the 12th century. Because of this absence of a monopoly, and because there was an uncontrolled spread, an uncontrollable spread of cult material and stories across these connections, along these connections throughout the North Sea world, that is exactly why the cult became so rapidly successful and so widely successful. And also that the figure of St Olave was someone who could mean something to a lot of different people. He could help people, or he could help with a lot of different problems. So he became popular, and he became talked about, and then as people talked, the image of St Olave became the foundation for what was later then put into writing in the 12th century. And hopefully I will manage to convince you of that. But that is what I firmly believe. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Stefan, for this fascinating insight. We have got 5 minutes for questions. Yeah.
First of all, I think that's Russell Ray, Dublin City. Thanks. That was really very fascinating and gave us great context as well for the two Arcadian Jarl kings that were also went to saints, and possibly Greenback Canada, who seems to be on his way to sainthood as well. But just to go back to a very late part of your lecture, do you not think that it's probably not Eckmar Cock and rather an Orchid, son of Diarmaid Bachmain and Moore, that's the king who's been of Dublin that's been referred to in the Latin life of Waterford?
That could very well be the case. I will be happy to be contradicted on that.
I've just been writing something on Eckmar Cock.
Oh, right.
So I can send you a peer review.
Please,
if you want.
Please do, because this,
I think it's much more likely that Woodlawn is probably Woodrow or Everson or Woodrow or Clorban, who becomes King of Man afterwards. I think that probably makes a lot more sense than being Eckmar Cock. I'd love if it was Eckmar Cock because it would be an extra couple of paragraphs in my thing. But I just wanted to point out. Thanks.
Thank you very much. No, I'm happy to be corrected on that part. That makes absolute sense.
Overhead with how the cult spread with the I just in the modern world I see there are no tourists there or no ordinary folk, so merchants, ecclesiastics, aristocrats, royalty, warriors and mercenaries, and then it was to suit their kind of needs. My only comment, I wanted to question is that I found your presentation very good, and I'm not a great fan of PowerPoint, but actually it worked really well. Do you have anything at all to say about present day trends in the development of cults, like in Russia, or beliefs where history is questioned on the basis that your history was founded on resources, historical resources, which is very comfortable. The stuff I read in preparation for me hadn't that. So is there anything you could say, or is it too far a comment?
Well, that is a very good and difficult question. I will say that in general, I find that the mechanisms for how these cults are created are basically the same today. And continue to be the same. They have their official versions, their centers, and then there is an uncontrolled spread of different stories and tales that can take on a life of their own. The difference now being that we have social media that can work as sort of that can generate their own subfields or subgroups or whatever to call it. Or sub-hagiographies, or there is a fascinating Italian volume on precisely internet saints, for instance. But yeah, so I think that's the difference. That the ways or the mechanisms might be the same, but now there is a lot more control in what was previously uncontrolled ways. But the bare essentials are the same, I would say.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that lecture. Could I just ask, how do you think the dissemination of the cult of St Olave compares with other contemporary North saints such as Magnus or other royal saints? I mean, what is it specifically? Is it the fact that there's a lack of the central cult centre that differentiates?
I believe so, yes. Because we can compare it with another saint from roughly the same time, 13 years later, the cult of Halvard of Oslo, who remains a Norwegian and local saint. I mean, he is venerated all over Norway, but he is the saint of Oslo. And he does appear in some sources from the continent. I don't have time to go into that. But in general, there seems to be a very localized dissemination of the cult, and he is very early on appropriated by the Bishop of Oslo, shortly after the Bishop of Oslo, or the bishopric of Oslo, is established. And I think that very early control of that cult from a center that didn't have an interest in or the resources to spread his cult across Europe meant that he remained local. Of course, having a strong center doesn't automatically mean that the cult is not spreading rapidly. But then the center needs to be very powerful and strong in resources, at least, to be able to do that kind of dissemination. We see it with the attempts, at least, of the cathedral in Trondheim from the late 12th century, once the hagiographies of Olaf was written down. And there you see a dissemination not only of stories but also of manuscripts, and the production of manuscripts that facilitates it. But still, that spread is quite limited because it is driven by ecclesiastics and mainly for ecclesiastics. Here you have the case where also non-literate or at least non-writing social groups like the Warriors were also involved in it. I'm not sure if that answers the questions, but sorry, whether it answers the question, but I think that's the main difference. Oh yeah.
We will not have time for any further questions, so thank you again to Stefan for this fascinating lecture. And now it's a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Anna Petersen from the Norwegian Institute for Cultural Heritage in Trondheim, who's an archaeologist and has been associated also with, I think, the project manager of the very exciting excavations that took place a few years ago of an early medieval church, which may be the original St. Clement's Church of the legend of St. Olaf's. But we're very happy to have you here today to talk about early wooden churches from the 11th and 12th century in early Christian Scandinavia.
Yes, it's an honor to be here, and I'm so happy to be able to talk about not the church primarily that I have been excavating, but when Emer asked me to attend, which I was very happy to do, she suggested that I talk about the church we found in Trondheim in early 2017, which we had firm or substantial evidence to suggest that was the St. Clement's Church of Trondheim. But now years have passed and we have re-examined the absolute dates we have had access to, and we are not so certain about the name of the church anymore. But I'm happy to discuss this the problems with churches and dating, and how to be certain of what church is which. But I said to Emer also that what I can do, I can go back to try to present what churches, the 9th or 10th and 11th century churches in Scandinavia actually looked like. So I'll do that. We have in Scandinavia, the stone churches began to occur from mid-11th century, but then as very rare and exclusive monuments of the Christian faith. And before that, the faith was practiced and administered in churches built in wood. And during the 12th century, the wooden churches gradually became replaced by the churches in stone. And the majority of the wooden churches from the medieval period have been found in connections to repair and restoration work done on the stone churches. And most of the excavated material we have is not new. It comes from a boast of church renovations from the 1950s to the 1990s. But building in wood is a part of an all-European tradition with roots in the Roman period, actually, with pine, spruce, and oak as the easiest available building material. The German scholar Klaus Ahrens, in his book Frühe Holzkirchen in Nördlichen Europas, has provided the most complete overview of the European material north of the Alps, including the British Isles, Ireland, and Iceland, Greenland, and Finland. And his catalogue provides or includes proved or mentioned churches and chapels spanning from the 6th to the 19th century. See? In contrast to the stone churches, very few wooden churches from the medieval period remains today, except for Norway, where it's believed that originally over 2,000 churches in wood have been built since the early 11th century. In 1350, oh, sorry, won't step on that. In the 1350, less than 1,000 churches remained, and today the number is reduced to 28. But this group of 28 saved churches form an important part of the world heritage, and it reminds us of the forms and styles used in the medieval wooden church architecture. These advanced architectural constructions raising towards the sky with their elaborate details, like for instance Borgund Stave Church, has become the image of how the wooden churches looked like. But we then look at parish churches from the countryside from the 12th to the 14th century. And the subject today is not necessarily parish churches from the countryside, but the wooden churches belonging to the early urban settlements in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. And I will begin this presentation with the Danish material and then move to Norway and finish in my hometown, Trondheim, in the Middle Ages, the center of the cult of St Olave. And Christianity was introduced in Scandinavia during the 10th century. It was certainly not in the form of a great big wave from the west or from the south, but more likely in pulses and maybe with more local regional attachment to begin with, and gradually accepted by the majority of the population. But royal power and influence was central, and it seems like the Scandinavian members of the elite with royal ambitions quickly converted to Christianity. the kings, foremost in Denmark and Norway, and less in Sweden, were closely linked to England and the royal courts, including the presence of priests and clergy, but also to the episcopate of Hamburg and Bremen. And they nourished the idea of supreme power over large and rich kingdoms, and in the Western Europe, this excluded rulers with pagan religions. We know that Olav Tryggvason, when he first came to Norway, had English priests in his among his herd or entourage in the late 10th century, and Olaf Haraldsson's 20 years later brought the missionary priest Grimkjell, which Stefan also has spoken about, who then was appointed bishop by Olav. And in Trondheim, Nidaros, Grimkjell later played a very important role in the beatification of Olav after 1030. The wooden churches in the early urban settlements and important trading centers were markers not only of Christian faith, but also of the presence of the church and of the royal power. Some scholars occupied with the development of the early Christian organization have suggested a functional hierarchy pattern for Scandinavia, like that of the British minister system, that the bishop and baptismal churches were central for the regional organization, and they were placed in the urban settlements. And they could also have administered numbers of smaller churches built on private initiative in the regions. If we follow this idea, the early urban settlements in Scandinavia, as for example Ribe, Roskilde, Copenhagen, Lund, Oslo, and Trondheim, and many others, would have been important for the church to be present in with its most central functions. Our only source to where precisely the wooden churches in the early town centers were situated and how they appeared comes from archaeological evidence. The historical records show the presence of many wooden churches in Scandinavian towns, and we can assume that in many cases 1 or 2 generations of previous wooden churches lie beneath the medieval stone churches. From the Danish towns Ribe and Roskilde, the cathedrals are believed to have been built over or nearby 10th century churches. In Ribe, the missionary Ansgar is believed to have built the first church outside the market area. And in Roskilde, we have Harald Bluetooth in 1980, who's also built that church there. In Oslo, we have a St. Clement's church prior to the stone church of St. Clement's, and the same goes for Copenhagen, with earlier evidence of churches. And in Trondheim, Adam of Bremen writes in Gesta, he describes Trondheim in 1070 as the center of the pilgrimage of St. Olave, and also with a town with many churches. And that means many wooden churches and not found. We have the same pattern from Sweden, Uppsala, Sigtuna, and Skara in the mid-Sweden. But in the cases where physical remains of previous wooden churches have been identified, they lie, as I said, often beneath stone churches, and it's only in parts, and the level of detail is limited only to the lowest parts of the constructions. In case where they have been found outside the churches or nearby, they're often heavily damaged by later intrusions, and the excavated area rarely cover the full extent of the church site. And therefore, reconstructions have been made, often or always based on the archaeological evidence, and they can be as drawings or as here as models, often for exhibition purposes in order to transform the meager physical remains to something understandable to the public eye. And these two examples, one from Lund and the other one from the exhibition we have in Trondheim from the church site, they are quite sober and true to the evidence, but others, of course, can be much more result of free fantasy. So, how did these churches, how were they, yeah, sorry, this is, how were they constructed, these early churches? And I divided the material in two groups with subgroups based on how the weight of the roof construction is solved. And the churches prior to 1050, approximately, takes the weight down into the ground in form of palisade walls, like Greenstead, for instance, that's an example, in wall trenches, or by wall on corner posts. So everything is taken below the ground. But from the second half of the 11th century, the sill beam resting above ground is introduced. This means that the church takes the roof down to the sill beam and everything is above ground. And from standing churches younger than these, we can see how this has been solved in various ways. The type 2. The post can rest on the sill beams. The sill beam can rest on pad stones or on a full stone foundation. The post rests on single stone, and the sill beam and post is joined together in different variations. But the sill beam, when the sill beam starts to appear, it doesn't mean that the techniques with dug down post foundations disappears. As I will show in some later examples from urban churches that actually have dug down posts, they appear also in the late 11th and 12th century. Lund, in the former Denmark, stands out. Within a limited area, 13 11th century wooden churches have been found, and that is more than the double amount of identified and excavated churches as we know from other early towns. I put in here, sorry I got the wrong glasses. We have many evidence. Odense has the St. Albany one, Ribe has churches, and Roskilde has churches, but I've just included the one that are actually, we have archaeological evidence from. If we go to Norway, it's not so rich as Denmark and Lund. From Oslo, we have the Church of St. Mary, the first St. Mary Church, below the stone church. We have the first St. Clemens. The first St. Clemens, we don't know where that is, and it's definitely not below the stone church of St. Clemens. And turning to Trondheim, the case is different. The only identified wooden church comes from the excavation I mentioned, where we have 5 wooden churches built on top of each other in a close succession. We call them Church A to Church E now, no name, nothing else. And in the time from the late 11th century to approximately mid 14th century. I found it interesting to compare sizes between the churches we have traces from, and I do believe that size matters, although at present I don't fully understand what it means and in what context each size should be addressed. And size is actually not that easy to reconstruct from published material without that is published before you actually have a proper archaeological report, and that is often the case because published material doesn't necessarily include a scale. So therefore this overview is not accurate, but it's not completely wrong. And as you see, the Danish churches dominated by the Lund material are large constructions with naves exceeding over 100 square meters. And also the chancels are voluminous. And I discussed this difference in size between the Norwegian and the Lund material with a colleague of mine in Lund when I was preparing for this lecture. And we concluded that this, that addressing churches or the size of churches in the urban material is an angle that is actually not fully explored in research, as I see it, at least so far. And in contrast to the Danish material, the first generation of churches, both in Oslo and Trondheim, are of similar size and construction type, although these two, St. Mary and the church in Trondheim, Church A and Church B, does not necessarily be from the same time. We can't say that they are identically from the 1050s. As I mentioned before, Trondheim or Nidaros in medieval time had, according to Adam of Breven, churches already in the 1070s. And Snorri addresses this St. Clement's church to Olaf Haraldsson, this church of St. Mary to Harald Hårdraade, St. Olav to Olav's son Magnus, and Christ Church to Olav the Good. Of the church mentioned, St. Mary and Christ Church lay on the plateau south to the south. We'll see what can down here. And the other churches in a row further towards the north and to the river on the eastern side. But Lund has, if we go back to Lund, Lund has a topography which is different to Trondheim, with a high frequency of churches, and both wooden ones and the later stone churches. But it is in a it has similarities, and it's not unusual or strange to think that a church pattern of Lund might have influenced Trondheim. We have the Professor Emeritus Anders Andrén in Stockholm has presented Lund as a copy of Jerusalem. And I think that that thought is not unique for Lund. It probably has spread. That was the thing that you wanted to do. The churches, when you see them on a town map, they look randomly placed. But I think that we should not see them as that. We should see them in a system, a spiritual system with clear definitions of what for the specific church, and also all the churches together. As you see here, these are the first known churches we have. We have, we have on the south the St. Mary and the Christ Church, which is included in the cathedral, the late 11th century cathedral. And then there's the known church. This is the church that I've been responsible for, and it's close by the name St. Gregory and St. Olave, but there is also a church ruin here and another one here. So the church that we have called here, called Søndergata 11, it is within a smaller area with very close churches nearby. It's almost like a church triangle. And all the churches in Trondheim played important parts in the St. Olave cult, especially at the festivals and at the Passion Mass at Easter, where the shrine of St. Olave was taken out and carried around in town, visiting all the churches. And we have no records of how these processions were administered or the routes, but they must have been arranged according to in what church the shrine of St. Olave was kept at the present time. And this varied, of course, before the shrine was permanently placed in Christ Church and then later in the cathedral. Back to this church that I've been responsible for, with the 5 wooden churches of almost similar size built on top of each other in the historical center of Trondheim. The oldest one is a stave church with the dug down posts, and the other 4 successive stave churches are set on ground. They also therefore represent both this type 1 and type 2. The church sequence has been subject to advanced dating analysis. We had samples both from carbon-14 and dendrochronology, and we have specifically dendrodated 2 of the wall posts of the first church. And this we now have a very absolute chronology placing Church A in the late 11th century. And this is also an example of how difficult it is to date churches and how much uncertainty there is regarding other churches that are based on, for instance, stylistic evidence of the stone church above or a random coin somewhere. So there is a lot to be done on dating. But I just wanted to end this presentation telling you a little bit more about the details. And this church, Church A, was not built on virgin ground. Rather on the contrary, 2 or 3 already existing built properties were erased to place the church there, or to make ground for the church and its cemetery. And the church goes up. The last church is gone by the mid-14th century, but the cemetery relating to that is probably in use for a little longer anyway. And this church has been a really important contribution to the knowledge of wooden churches in early Scandinavian towns, and it is an example of a church that was not exchanged by stone, but remained in wood every time it was rebuilt throughout its complete lifespan. And there are many details and objects retrieved from the church site, and that provides important information of the religious rituals and practices present in 12th and 13th century, which are really seldom seen. And I can just take you through this. In the in the chancel, underneath the floor, as the foundation level for Church A chancel, we found an assembly of obsidian stones. Obsidian is a form of volcanic material, very seldom and very rare. And we still don't know if they play some symbolic function. We believe they do, but we don't know what the symbolic of obsidian is within a church context. In all the post holes for Church A, we found fragments of a soapstone vessel which has been identified by two art historians as a baptismal font. It's made in local soapstone, and that is also, it means that it indicates or proves that there has been an earlier church before the church we found was built. We also have this fantastic, lovely pictorial crucifix. It was buried under between the nave and the chancel on the southern side of the church wall. And also, last thing, this assembly of white stones, they were found within the altar of Church B. They were lying there, just there. But it's not random, we can say that. All these objects have had specific functions. And then the major question we have to address to this, is this unique? Does it sort of tell you that this is a church of significant importance to Trondheim? Or is it just coincidental that this was it was a well excavated area? We had time to go into the details, and we had a church site most of it was preserved. So that is something we could address later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Super quick questions now. Otherwise, we'll have to save questions for the break. Okay, let's do that. All right. Yes. Yeah.
So just to go back to Lund, I know that you said that it was a map of only the excavated churches, but there was one dedication in Lund that is a dedication that pops up a lot in the missionary activity of the Carolingians in Saxony, especially in Westphalen, and that's the sort of Kiliansgatan, so it's southeast of the cathedral district, where you've got a big curvilinear street, and then you've got Kiliansgatan north-south. So I'm just wondering, has that popped up in any other Scandinavian towns, this missionary dedication? Because Charlemagne, when he founded churches in Saxony on major routways, they tended to be to Kilian, who was martyred in Würzburg, so he gets used as a weapon across centuries. So I don't know, have you spotted that in Trondheim or anywhere else?
No, not in Trondheim. Maybe you know, Søren, the Danish material?
No, I think it's
no.
Too little.
Yeah. We'll take it in the coffee break.
Yes. Good. Yes, it will be an interesting break. But for now, we need to press on with the program, and I'm very pleased for our next speaker to introduce Else-Berit Eikeland, the former Norwegian ambassador in Ireland and then in Estonia, and also she described herself to me as a great history nerd. But she will be here today to speak about the cult of St Olave along the eastern route, the Austerweg of the Viking world. So we're very pleased to have you here.
So, thank you so much. Thank you, Søren. We are really honored to have you on our Scandinavian team. And I want to thank the ambassador, Mari, for giving such a great introduction to Norway and history, and also to Emer and Ruth, the hard-working team in Dublin this festival. And thank you for including me. So I will talk about St Olave in Austveger, the way to the east, and it is related to Dublin, because we all know Dublin was the most important trading city or trading town, east and west. And just a comment about Christianity and Norway. I always had a sentence I repeated when I lived here, and I always thanked Ireland for Christianity to the coastal areas of Norway. And I think, and I will mention this a little bit about Estonia, we are so focused on kings and all these men bringing, and St. Olave. We don't focus on ordinary people and on the integration of women and the Norsemen in Dublin. That really brought Christianity to the coastal areas of Norway. So thank you, Dublin and Ireland. This project, St. Olave in Austveger, is part of a project we started 3 years ago. And the project is named St. Olav Churches from Trondheim to Novgorod. Novgorod, as you know, was named Holmgard of the Vikings. And now I'm using the term Vikings in the popular sense, not the raiders, but the travelers and merchants. And I will talk about St. Olave as part of the national identity in Norway and in Estonia. And I think this matters so much today with the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And one of the first things Putin did was to question the Baltic countries' history. You don't have a history of your own. You have always been part of the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union. So I feel that this to discuss and to encourage research in Estonia and the other Baltic countries with the connections to countries like Ireland, Norway, Denmark, Scandinavia is really important, both for scientific reasons, because we were really connected, but also for political reasons. And maybe that was I learned the most of living here in Ireland 4 years, that history really matters. History is not only for scholars, it's for like everybody, because it's our identity. So I will talk a little bit about Norway. Norway and Estonia are kind of similar in some ways. So how is this going? There it is. No. Where is the, maybe I'll take this one. Yeah, is it the first one or the second? The battery is not. Absolutely. This is not working. I thought it was my lack of digital competence, but it's not. It's the battery. Thank you.
Hang on. This is Our system just froze in.
Okay.
I'll fix it now.
So while we wait for the technology to be prepared, I will just present Estonia for you. Estonia is the smallest Baltic country, 2.4 million people. So is it working now? Yep. And it's okay. Good, thank you. and it has been ruled by foreigners since 1220. Different countries, Denmark, Sweden, Russia twice, and German Baltic. So when, and after the Second World War, occupied by the Soviet Union from 1944 to 1991. So the Estonians are kind of invisible in their own history, totally. First about Norway, let me just admit I have a very personal relationship to St Olave. I have been carrying him around the last 35 years, working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Norway. He has always been on my business card. And I really didn't think about that before I came here to Ireland and became focused on the saints, on saints and what they say about us. So he is, so the coat of arms of Norway is kind of typical from 1220. It's a lion, but what's special is that it includes the holy axe of St Olave. It's different from all the other similar coat of arms of lions. So this is the axe that killed him at Stiklestad. So Olav, Norway being a small country, dominated by its neighbors, and after the Reformation, you know, the cult of St Olav was kind of regarded as a Norwegian saint in Norway. And he took over a lot of the role of the Norse gods, Odin and Thor. So in Norway we have mostly wells dedicated to St Olav's. That was the old Norse wells, that kind of to St Olav's. And after the Reformation, you know, we were not supposed to believe in saints, and Olav was a kind of a national symbol that didn't exist anymore, but he was still alive among the people. He was the kind of the kind of almost god in pagan rituals, in sacrificing of animals. And when Norway got a constitution again, not independence, but constitution in 1814, the first thing the new kind of cabinet, or the not government, did was to start to restore the Nidaros Cathedral, which was almost fallen apart, and to start building this new St. Olav cult. Not a religious cult, because we were still kind of Lutherans, but more kind of a Norwegian identity. And I think and when we got the first king, he was named Håkon in 1905, after independence from Sweden, but the next king, his son, was named Olav. So we were back again in track to St. Olav. And I don't know about you, Mari, but I have always been so proud of carrying St. Olav, because I always feel that's Norway. He's a kind of symbol of Norway, from kind of this big power, as we like to believe, medieval ages, and then kind of ruled by our neighbors, almost losing our identity, and then we're back again. So he's a really good saint, because you can put your own feelings and aspirations into him. Austvegar. You understand the Austvegar, the way to the east. And I'm so happy this is the first time Estonia has been presented at this festival. To be on a map is really important, and to be named on a map. And we have to remember that the Baltic countries before 1991 were not on the map. Since 1944 to 1991, there were no maps with Tallinn and Riga and Vilnius, because they were part of the Soviet Union. There were no research on Viking routes on St Olave, on national identities. Nobody was searching for where are the Estonians in the history, because Estonia was part of the Soviet Union and it was a Russian history. And I think even today, with the Viking scholars like yourself, and also in the academia in Norway, we haven't really been searching for the way to the east, even though we know we were very, very much connected, Norway and Sweden, in our early history to Holmgård and to Kiev. So this is the Ausbygger, the sailing route to the east. And as I said, this is an interesting map. I just found it on Google. It was the best one. There was no map with Estonia or different sailing routes about Ausbygger. So the traditional way of looking at the Viking history is that the Vikings sailed from Birka and then directly to Russia and down to Novgorod and Kiev and so on. And the countries in between, like the small Baltic countries, they were left out because they did not matter. Or maybe we didn't know much about what was happening there. But Olaf, the Swedish and the Norwegian royal family were very connected to Novgorod. Novgorod today is 2 hours driving from Tallinn, from the border. So it's just so short. And the Estonians, they think, Estonian historians, that there were no kind of strict borders between Russia and Estonia at that time. It was a shifting border. And it was not the Russification, it was different people, more the Finno-Ugric people living in Gardariki. So Olaf, he lived in Novgorod, in Holmgård, before he went home to fight at the Battle of Stiklestad. And after the battle, when he lost, his son, Magnus, went to Novgorod to find rescue. He stayed there until 1036, where he went back, or when he was fetched there to become king of Norway. So there was kind of intermarriages, and there was a long tradition of Norwegian kings living in, staying in Novgorod. Harald Hårråde, who is the star of Netflix, and I suppose you all follow Vikings Valhalla, which is shot up in Wicklow, was married to a princess from Ukraine today, from Kiev. So these relations kind of was very important to Norway and to Sweden and to Denmark. So what we do in this Ausbygger project, we say, Russia, we question, was only Russia part of Gardariki? Because Gardariki was the way to the east with the trading and furs and really important. Maybe Estonia and the Baltic countries were part of Gardariki too. So in April, so this started me coming from Dublin, COVID, everything closed down, and what could I do? I had to kind of get involved, and I was used to working with you, and the first weeks I just walked around the St Olave church in Tallinn thinking, why is there a St Olave church here? There must be some reasoning. And I got in touch with Tallinn University and also with Trondheim, and in Trondheim the university said, yes, we know there was a really, really early strong St. Olaf cult in Estonia, but we haven't had time to follow up. So then we started with Professor Kersti Marcus to map Estonia to find out where are the chapels in Estonia. We knew it was a strong St. Olaf cult. And it turned out we had to make our own map because there was no historical map with St. Olaf churches, and there was no historical map with the sailing route, not from Birka to Russia, but from Gotland, 6-hour sailing to Saaremaa, to the Estonian, and then all along the coast. And these have Norse names, probably more Swedish than Norwegian and Danish, but this is called Vik, a lot of Norse names. So the sailing route was from Gotland, 6 hours, to Sarah and Sassna, and all the way to Tallinn. And this is a project kind of still developing all the time. So now the team has found a new Viking site from Tallinn and on the way on the eastern coast. All of these churches or small chapels were on islands on a high ground, and the Estonian historians believe that they were kind of for ships to sail after. What's it called? Like lighthouses in a way, huh? What is a problem is that the land has risen. So now it's much higher. So going to these places, you see the St Olave Church like in the middle of the forest, but it used to be just by the sea. And another thing is that these areas, especially Saaremaa and Sarah, was used for Soviet very secret defense with missiles, and so they planted wood and changed the landscape. So it's a kind of effort to come back and Tallinn University has made a map with the sea level, how the sea level was in medieval ages, to understand the churches or the chapels. So this is not me. This is a professor from Tallinn University. Maybe one of the first ones, because we have written sources from Estonia. We have the sagas. Our king, Olaf Tryggvason, according to the saga of Olaf Tryggvason, written by Snorre, he was held as a slave as a young boy in Saaremaa. He was taken by Estonian Vikings. And it's mentioned several times in other sagas that they went on markets, on summer markets to Estonia. We don't know the story about Olaf Tryggvason is true or not. But what is true is that Estonia, Estland as it's called in saga, is mentioned several times. And for this small chapel, here it is, not much left. There are also old maps, and exactly in Gotland, 6 hours sailing on the island in Gotland, there is a similar chapel on an island where the longships were waiting to cross over the sea. And this, of course, gives you a totally wrong impression how it is to be ambassador and hardworking and write only security reports. Me kind of with the team in Sassna. That's also Lihula was the Estonian trading settlement. Lots of written sources. And here, this is Anton Pärn, one of the leading Estonian historians, kind of searching for traces of Estonians in the history. He has done a lot about kind of mapping the area for names connected to St Olave, and also looked at traditions. And this Sassna, now it's in the middle of kind of a huge field, but it was like sea all around. This was a holy place. We have written sources about animal sacrifices. Every St Olave's feast day, which is the 29th of July, people came from Latvia, from Gotland, from Finland to celebrate St Olave. And it was the old pagan ritual with killing of lamb and taking the blood to the stones, and so on. And this continued to up to 1830s. So when I was there, you know, the local, I was asking, oh, where's this chapel? Oh, yeah. This is really a holy place for us. So it's still living on this tradition of place and holiness. And the St. Olav's Church in Tallinn, built before 1219, according to Estonian historians, was a center for the Scandinavian traders. And now it's a kind of misleading to come to Tallinn to see this highest tower, and this was the highest church in Northern Europe in medieval age, because it was, you should have seen the church when you came sailing from Finland, you know, so it was kind of but this was probably a wooden church. And when I came banging on their door, it's one of the few churches that survived during Soviet occupation. So it's like many Baptist and Methodist and Lutheran and so on. But I don't think they had seen a Norwegian ambassador in 1,000 years. So when I came banging on their door, they were kind of, yeah, St. Olav, was he Norwegian? But there is still a kind of mark of him in the ceiling. Here he is, with his holy axe. So the cult of St. Olav in Estonia seems to be, of course, connected to rulers, to the Danish and Swedes, but also to Estonians. So the Guild of St. Olav in the same street as the church, and this was kind of close to the harbor at that time in Tallinn. And the two first churches, two of the first ones were probably the Scandinavian trading church and the Russian ones. And that was what established Tallinn, was the trade on the Austwäger from Russia and to Dublin and to Scandinavia. Interesting enough, this guild in the 13th century was really opened for Estonian craftsmen. At that time, the German Baltics ruled Estonia, and the Estonians were not allowed to join a German guild. So the Estonians, later they became serfs, and St. Olav seemed to be increasingly connected to a local cult and culture. So early and strong St. Olav cult in Gotland and in Novgorod. As I said, a special relationship between Olav and his son Magnus and Novgorod. We have mentioning in sources that Olav traveled to Estonia. Sigvard Skall, Olav's poet Sigvard, reported the first St. Olav miracle from Novgorod in 1040. You know, Battle of Stiklestad, 1030, and the first miracle was reported in Trondheim. And at that time, it took some time to travel to Trondheim, across Austwäger to Novgorod, kind of write down this miracle, and travel back again. So, of course, there must have been a very kind of strong cult in Novgorod, it's mentioned too, but the area in between must have been affected too about St. Olav. Olav was very clearly the patron of Scandinavian merchants on long-distance trade. The first saga of Gotland, very, very strong on Gotland. Kirsti Markussen, who is kind of the leader of this project, has been specializing on churches of Gotland, and she sees the connections between Gotland and Estonia. The problems with Estonia is, of course, the lack of sources, written sources. and the lack of excavations. So Norway, as I said, history matters for Norway. So Norway has funded a project. The project is named, as I said, From Trondheim to Novgorod, and it's about assistance in archaeological excavations, funding excavations, and connecting students and new methods to have excavations at these St Olave churches, but also Viking time trading places. And it has been really successful. It will end next year, and then we're planning to establish a foundation with Norwegian and Estonian companies funding excavations, because history, to invest in history is really a feeling of safety when you live so close to Russia. And let me just follow up about the new pilgrim routes. So when we discovered so many chapels in Estonia, I phoned Trondheim and said, yeah, huge interest about St Olave, and this St Olave Ways, which is the new pilgrim organization in Trondheim, they said, we will come immediately. And 2 weeks later, they were on the plane to explain how this kind of pilgrim routes operates. Can Estonia be a member? How can we work together? It's a new type of pilgrims from medieval age. It started with the Swedes that came to Nidaros, standing outside in the 1950s. And Sweden is the least Christian country in the Nordics. But the St Olave cult seemed to be very strong in Sweden. So they stood outside the cathedral and said, we are pilgrims. And the Norwegians, the priest, good Lutheran, said, go home. We don't believe in saints anymore. This is not allowed. Go home. But the Swedes came back every year. So then in the 70s, Trondheim started to organize a new type of pilgrims. Maybe not religious the same way as it was, but people more connected to nature, to kind of having a different kind of spirit, not a religious, but almost a close to religious nature experience. And this has been so successful, increased 15% every year. Mostly Europeans, Swedes, Germans, Danes, but also other countries. This is my last. The project is supported by the Council of Europe, and it's part of the St Olave Ways. And it used to be Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland. And just some months ago, Estonia became a member of this, one county in Estonia. And I think, of all the efforts about St Olave, to see the Estonian flag, together with the Nordic flags, Estonia could say, yes, we are a Nordic country. And that gives more than the flag, it gives security in this situation we are with the Russian aggression towards Ukraine, but also kind of threatening the Baltics. And it gives a kind of cultural connection, which is really, really important. So now Estonia will develop a pilgrim route, but it's not like you have to walk from the island to island. It's more to have kind of walk some distances. And very inspired by this, when I came to Ireland 2 days ago, I went straight to Waterford, because that's where the only St Olave kind of standing church is here in Ireland, and said to Waterford, you have to join the St Olave Ways, because we need to learn from you Irish about pilgrimage. And hopefully I think Waterford will consider, and maybe, and then we hope, of course, Wexford and Dublin coming after, but then we would have kind of the Irish flag here and connecting and showing this kind of old cultural connections we have with Christianity. Thank you.
We are running a bit late, so we have just very little time for questions. Anyone? Yes.
Could you possibly put back the overhead of the girl holding the sign beside the tree? Thank you. There. Yes. Ambassador, that was a wonderful presentation. I just like all of you to, for a moment, imagine she's not there. There's no sign. And imagine the tree's not there. And what you can see then is rough land. And you take the trees away, you got them up. Now can you go to the next overhead? Now I just want to say something there. The smile on the ambassador's face has nothing to do with a good breakfast. It's to do with the importance of things in our life that give us meaning, that make us human. Most of what makes us human, apart from a good dinner, is meaning. And for the Norwegians, and for many of us in different ways, to have something that you hold, like a belief in St Olave. Now, at the same time, there's another point of view there. One English historian, a friend of mine, said, every time you cut Ireland, it needs history. But it's very important. What's happening at the moment in Ukraine, for example, is that they're just washing away everything. So I think that's another question, just to say how important, for me anyway, this presentation is. And maybe we will get the flag down to the corner, because Pilgrim routes, I walked the community 600, 700, 800 kilometers of it. And it's a modern day thing, but it hasn't worked. So thank you very much.
I think it was very well done. That was a great presentation, very from a non-academic background. It was really, really interesting and connecting, as we say, 20% is Norwegian. So history for Irish people is we live it every day, we learn it in school, we go back 800 years and longer. So to reconnect with even Oxman Town and Olaf Road and Citric Place and all of that, it's really nice to be connected. I've gone to Oslo twice. So we're very in the Irish hinterland of our backgrounds. We very rarely think of Norway. We're east, west, south, north, south. But it's really good to be really good to develop that Olaf way and have the link to Ireland, Waterford, Wexford, Carlingford, all of those links, the fjords. You know what I mean? So thanks, Susan Patrick, it was really the trade routes, the history, the bloodlines, the links. Lovely, thanks.
Yes. I think with those praises, I'll join in thanking Elisabeth Eikeland once again for the presentation. And then go straight off for our last speaker this morning, Anne Buckley from the Centre for Medieval and Renaissance Studies at Trinity College in Dublin. Musicologist and medieval specialist is here to talk about the cult of St Olave in
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say, I hope you won't mind, it's actually the Medieval History Research Centre that I'm part of in Trinity. No, you're all right. It's an older association, and sometimes that's what turns up on the internet. So I'm in the history department. Thank you. Thank you. Is this the little... Thank you. This paper is a little bit in three parts. I have a formation as a musicologist and an ethnomusicologist, and as time has gone on, I became much engaged with cultural history and how all of these things come together to try to explain the role of music in society, and that of course includes musical instruments and anything that we can find that expresses how organized sound was used to communicate within and between people. Pardon? The rise of the cult of St Olave in medieval Ireland is associated with the founding period of Hiberno-Norse Dublin and the Christianization of its local Norse-speaking rulers. The Diocese of Dublin was established by the Hiberno-Norse king of Dublin, Sitric Silkbeard, the first Christian king of the city, who, upon visiting Rome in 1028, formally established the Diocese of Dublin and its cathedral Christ Church under its first bishop, Dunan, or Donatus. Olaf was canonized in 1030, and evidence for his cult is recorded in Dublin some years later, when Bishop Dunan presented a relic of the saint's vestments to the cathedral. Now, am I doing this right? There we are. Along with Olaf, other relics included those of Bishop St. Heribert of Cologne, St. David and St. Bridget, and at different times also the staff of St. Patrick and the relics of St. Lawrence O'Toole. Many of these relics have since disappeared, some as a result of the collapse of the West Window in 1461, and thus not all are mentioned in later documents. There are several known parish church dedications to St Olaf, including in Dublin, Waterford and Wexford. The Dublin City Church is dated to the mid-11th century. Located on or near Fishamble Street on the south bank of the River Liffey, it is believed to have been used originally as a place of worship by local Scandinavian sailors and traders. It was also known as St Tulloc's, and several variants of that word, of that name. There's a lot of discussion still going on about this. The earliest reference to the church appears to be from 1218 in a letter book belonging to St Augustine's Abbey, Bristol, which had taken over the Dublin church shortly after the Anglo-Norman invasion of 1172 under the English king Henry II, who placed the city of Dublin under the control of the gentlemen of Bristol. This gave rise to close links, not only in trade and commerce, but also in matters of ecclesiastical administration. A deed of 1546 indicates that it was then operating independently of Bristol, having gained freedom from the dissolved Bristol Abbey of St Augustine. From about 1550, the parish of St Olaf became part of the parish of St John the Evangelist, and by 1553, the church itself had been deconsecrated as a result of the Reformation. It was finally demolished during the 17th century. The priest house continued to be let until 1702, when it was demolished and a new building erected on the site. This was the last of St Olaf's original buildings. And I think you're going to be hearing much more about these issues later on in subsequent papers. As we heard already, St Olaf's Church in Waterford still exists, but as a later 18th century building on the original site, and now belongs to the Church of Ireland. In Wexford, one of 3 parish churches inside the Viking town walls was dedicated to St Olaf. Its parish survives as St Dulog or Dulog. The church no longer exists, but the cemetery is still in situ. It probably predates the Viking period, but was certainly used, as evidenced by the cross slab, by Hiberno-Scandinavians in the 9th, 10th century. The identity of Dulog or Duluk has given rise to much discussion and indeed ongoing. According to some earlier writers, it was thought to be the same as the early Irish saint known as Dulach. And recent research by Paul Duffy suggests that all of these church dedications may well be connected with St Olaf of Norway. Again, I think we're going to hear more about this later today. Away from the urban environment of St Dulach at Kinsey, North County Dublin, an important instance of dedications to Olaf exists in the Hiberno-Norse hinterland. Kinsey had a holy well which was visited by Dubliners who used to make an annual pilgrimage there on St Olaf's Day, at least up to the 18th century, and the well still exists on the site. Sorry, going the wrong way. Now, a word about references to Olaf in Irish liturgical manuscripts. What I look at mostly is, next one. That's right. What I look at mostly is the calendars of these books, because the feasts of the saints are listed there. And some saints have an office for them or more prayers in another part of the manuscript known as the Sanctoral. In other cases, we only have the reference in the calendar. Olaf's feast is recorded for July the 29th in calendars of 4 Irish liturgical books. One in Corpus Christi College, Cambridge, which is manuscript 405. I hope I can use this thing here. Yes, there we are. There he is there. And 2 in Trinity College, Dublin, and the 4th formerly housed in the National Library of Ireland, but recently moved to St Kieran's College, Kilkenny, where unfortunately I have not been able to gain access. But we have images from the National Library's collection, so at least we can see what the manuscript contains. The manuscript in Cambridge, that's this one here, contains an incomplete calendar from the early 13th century, consisting of 6 folios, now bound together with a larger miscellaneous collection, which also includes a fragmentary breviary containing some unique liturgical offices for Irish saints. It once belonged to the Knights Hospitallers, or the Knights of the Hospital of St John of Jerusalem at Kilbarry, County Waterford, although Michael Lappich has suggested that the calendar itself may have been compiled at St Catherine's Augustinian Priory in Waterford. The calendar for July includes Sancti Olafi Regis et Martyris, and I'm sorry, there's a little mistake in the Latin there, it should be Martyris, not Martyri, and here he is down here for the 29th of July. The feast was added in red here, as you can see, red being significant because red was indicated a more important saint, not necessarily important in the universal sense, but important to the people using the book. The same saint could be red in some areas and black in other areas, depending on local hierarchies, so to speak, local cults and local preferences. And just next to this, this is the addition, and then this is the original, from the original calendar, which is to the martyrs Faustinus, Felix, Simplicius, Faustinus and Beatrice, whose feast day is the same as Olaf's. The remaining 3 sources, that is the 2 in Trinity and the one which is now in Kilkenny, referred to offices of 9 lections for Olaf. 9 lections is the maximum in the secular calendar. I won't go into too much detail here, but again, having 9 lections rather than 3, that is readings during matins, indicates an important feast and a much longer celebration. Did I go the wrong way? No, it's okay. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. I do apologize. takes a while to get used to this. Yeah, there we are. Trinity College manuscript 79 on your left is an Irish Sarum antiphonal dated approximately between 1431 and 1435, with later 16th century additions. It belonged to the Church of St John the Evangelist, Dublin, where the book may have originated. The calendar for July includes Olaf on, I'm not sure how I'm going to get to this now. At the bottom, that's right, in a lower marginal edition. And it is in black this time, again next to those three martyr saints. I'm going the wrong way. Yes, sorry, it's hard to see around the corner there. And then the other manuscript, yes, manuscript 88 dates to post 1488, with additions again from the 16th century and probably from Dublin. The calendar includes an unusually large number of Irish saints, as also does the Sanctoral, and among the additions is St Olaf in black in the lower margin here. The National Library manuscript is a portable Sarum breviary from the second half of the 15th century, with additions from the 15th and 16th. No firm information has been recovered as to its provenance or history. However, the presence of several ossuary saints and two from Lismore suggest a southeast Ireland provenance. Significantly, it also contains some unique material for Waterford saints Declan and Otteran in the Sanctoral, and the feast of Olaf, 29th of July, is here a red letter day. There. Yes. And you can see there that's actually in the original calendar rather than being an addition. It reads as follows: Sancti Olavi Regis et Martyris. Sorry about the little mistake there. 9 lections, memoria, it's a memorial for Olaf, and the middle lections are for the martyrs. So this time, Olaf gets precedence over the 4 martyrs, excuse me. Unfortunately, none of these manuscripts includes Olaf's office in the Sanctoral, though it is likely that it would have been sung on his feast day. It is, however, possible that copies existed in one or more other service books no longer extant, or even in a separate libellus, or little book, as often occurred for important local and regional saints who were not part of the universal canon, church canon. Nonetheless, there is a proper collect, and I must go get forward the other direction again. There is a proper collect, that means a prayer, a spoken prayer, in this book. Deus corona regem et martyrum victoria annue nos beati Olavi regis ac martyris apute, and so on. Now that's quite interesting, because while we haven't got any proper offices in the Irish manuscripts, this is one example where we have a proper prayer for Olaf. It was added again, you can see in the lower part here, it was added to the manuscript. It wasn't in the original. And that is very significant, because it just shows that it was necessary for them to add him. And as I say, we'll be hearing more about this later today. Interestingly too, I should just mention that we don't have any copies at all of Olaf's office, but this particular proper collect is significant, not only for its inclusion, but because it is the same collect with very slight difference in word order to the one in the Leofric Collectar and the Red Book of Darley, which were referred to earlier this morning. Oh, I'm going the wrong way again, I'm so sorry. I put that slide in the wrong place. This is actually part of my next discussion, so we'll just leave it up. The Swedish musicologist Eyolf Öström, who wrote his doctoral thesis on the office of St Olaf, notes the presence of liturgical evidence in England as early as 1050. There is nothing comparable for Ireland, but it is more likely that Olaf's cult entered the liturgy sometime after the 12th century reforms, probably with the Sarum liturgy, because all of these manuscripts I've shown you, apart from the Waterford one, are Sarum rite liturgies. And it's likely, this is my own surmise, that this was through the agency of the Augustinian link with Bristol, which I've already mentioned. It's almost certainly post-Norman and almost certainly via the English route. Not the same for other things that we're going to discuss in a moment. But in the meantime, I just would like to mention that there is a fragment of an office, along with that of St. Felix, found in a binding of a manuscript that is in Trinity Library 3588. Nothing to do with Ireland at all, but I just thought people might like to know there is one more copy of the office available. It's 13th century and thought to be from Iceland, and it's a substantial fragment, and it also contains music notation. From that breviary also, it is fortuitous that one of the lections begins with a reference to Ireland and to Dublin based on one of the miracles included in his life. And it says, there was in Ireland a certain leader by the name of Guthrum, of Norwegian nationality, and moreover nephew of the blessed King Olaf, of famous descent and powerful in arms. He was an ally of Morgod, King of Dublin, and a family relative. Now, in order to put an office together, we said to compile rather than to compose, because these offices were based on existing formulae, existing structures, and most likely existing texts, including musical texts. And in order to have the texts of your office, your readings and your prayers, the proper, what we call the proper part, you're required to have the life, the passio, the vita of the saint. And from the texts of the vita, these were adapted then to various hymns and antiphons and so on. So we're always extremely interested in the hagiographic sources in order to understand how the offices were compiled and how they came about. And in this case, and again, I'll touch on why I'm bringing up this later in a more practical way, as you can see coming soon. A lot of the material is, in the case of Olaf, which makes him different, say, from saints further south, is very much based on sagas and on poetry, on skaldic poetry. So that's something that I would like to consider in terms of how this might have been performed outside of the liturgy, which, as I say, there's a hint in that. But let me just finish this little section first. Ireland is mentioned a number of times in the life of Olaf, all of them associated with miracles and battles. And it is interesting to speculate on how these stories might have circulated between the elites and perhaps the wider communities of Hiberno North Ireland, helping to consolidate their sense of group identity and shared memories. This is where the history part comes in, as the previous speaker was saying. You know, we are dealing largely with oral tradition, therefore we don't have very much to go on in terms of being sure who said what to whom or who sang what to whom. But this oral history was an extremely important part of enforcing identity, forging communities, and giving a sense of who people are or were at any particular time. And the fact that this is used in the liturgy, I think, is of high significance, and I think it's an aspect of liturgical studies that isn't all that often looked at. But then I have to add, and I don't want to make too many huge general statements, a lot of the West European offices would have more universal themes, you know, sort of general set themes of a pious nature, and so with the hagiographies. But we find in the regions, for want of a better word, like say Saints' Lives from Ireland, or indeed Olaf in this case, and probably many in Eastern Europe as well, there's much more local colour in the hagiography than simply, you know, the big pious themes that you find in the offices, say, from France or from Italy or Spain. So just thought that would be an interesting link as well. So as I say, these sources provide a rare insight into a society for which very little literature has survived when compared with the wealth of artifacts from archaeological sites. A miraculous intervention is attributed to Olaf in a story about his nephew, Guttorm Ketilsson of Ringanes, I hope I pronounced it reasonably well, who had been on a Viking voyage, as we heard from our earlier speaker, with Margaber Ragnardsson. Margaber had just been expelled from Dublin for the second time, and King Margar, or Eachvarkuk in Irish sources, offers him the choice of relinquishing his share of the booty or meeting him in battle at odds of 3-1. It was Olaf's eve, and Guttorm prayed to the saint, promising a tithe of booty if he were victorious. Guttorm's prayer was answered, and he presented the cathedral of Nidaros, or Trondheim, with a great silver crucifix, which was said to have stood in the centre of the church until the time of the Reformation. Olaf's shrine was on the main altar itself. Unfortunately, there is no trace of this crucifix, and archaeologists have been very keen to try to find some evidence, but it is very credible. Another account describes the celebration of the founding of the Metropolitan See of Trondheim in 1153. The Icelandic priest and poet Einar Skúlason was commissioned to compose a long poem about the glory of St Olaf, which he performed in Christ Church Cathedral at Trondheim, in the presence of the new archbishop and the 3 young kings who were sharing the throne at the time, Inge, Sigurd and Eystein, all sons of King Harald IV Gilchrist, by 3 different women. The poem today is known as Geisli, translated as sunbeam or ray of light. Einar also described other miracles of St Olaf taking place right up to his own time, dwelling at length on 2 battle miracles in Ireland in 1052, and especially at Berroe in 1122. When the performance ended, the cathedral was filled with a wonderful odour, a sign that the saint was present and approved of the poem. As well as considering the liturgical context, as I mentioned earlier, we may speculate on the likely circumstances of recounting these stories among the Scandinavian populations, both of the Scandinavian countries, of Norway in particular in this case, and their relatives, so to speak, their other communities in Ireland. Although the sources are silent, there is still an echo resonating from among the many artifacts recovered in the rich excavations of medieval Dublin and other Irish Scandinavian centres, such as Waterford and Cork. Along with finds of fragmentary whistles and flutes of bone and wood, there are some tuning pegs associated with stringed instruments, such as lyres and harps and perhaps fiddles, and most remarkably in Dublin, we finally come to this image, an almost intact bow was recovered in High Street. It is dated the mid-11th century and made of dogwood, and with a terminal carving of a dragon's head in Hiberno-Norse Ringerike style. It almost certainly belonged to a lyre, and while the extent of music archaeological finds from Dublin pales in comparison with Viking riches in Novgorod, which even yielded parts of actual lyres of the period, Dublin is the only medieval site from across Europe where a bow from any period of the Middle Ages has been identified, and this is the blessing we have with the wonderful preservation of wood in some of our sites, whereas very often it's only bone, for example, or ceramic that might have survived. So this really is very exciting. We may only wonder at the lost sound worlds of Scandinavia and Dublin and Ireland generally, which are represented by this simple yet extraordinary find. Perhaps it was used to accompany the singing of songs in praise of St Olaf in Dublin 1,000 years ago. I'll finish now with a few images of musical instruments, mostly fragments from Hiberno-Norse contexts, along with other materials to give a little further information. I don't know if the mic is necessary for me to speak into, or can I speak like this? Is that all right? Yes. For example, we have a bone bridge from a 7-string lyre. Mostly we think the lyres were 6-string, but when we find 7, the likelihood is that 6 were melody strings, and the 7th would have been a drone string slightly out to one side. Now here we have some material from medieval Cork, from 12th century layer. Here we have some gaming pieces, we have some dice, and I won't go into all the details because you could, well, I don't know if you can read that, but here we have a whistle, and we have some tuning pegs and the bridge, and there are some other whistles. Now, it's a huge subject which I won't have time to go into, but I think that we need to be a little more nuanced now in the way that we're looking at these materials. And if I may speak for my own behalf, I would like to see a lot more dialogue between people working on musical instruments and people in other areas of archaeology, because the rich possibilities for researching these materials are enormous, especially when we link up with literary studies, for example, and iconographic studies. And it's all very well to say, and it may well be, that some of the whistles and the flutes were children's playthings, but they may also have had a role in hunting or in bird catching, for instance, so they may have been professional tools, and even more so the lyres. They would have certainly, they would be high artists who played these instruments, and very possibly we had some professional musicians from among the Skalds here in Ireland, if only we could get a little closer to them than the little bits and pieces that they've left behind. Now, talking about bows, and this is going back to the Dublin bow, we have just one example of a carving of a bowed lyre from Ireland, and this is in St Finon's Island, Church Island, County Kerry. And it is totally realistic, as you will see from the further slides. Here is the foreside of the rectangular lyre, and this is probably the string holder, though it could be his hand. It's most likely the string holder, and this is a bow, the only one we have. So again, very, very suggestive. And then I've added in a couple of other things just to give you a context, because again, this comes into a wonderful debate which I hope to have with the previous speaker, the speaker who preceded me. In an arc from Ireland across Northern Europe, including Northern Germany, but especially Scandinavia, all the way over to Novgorod, we have a huge amount of connections in musical materials, among many other things. And the Novgorod surviving materials in wood, a bit like the miracle of the Dublin bow, has provided musical instrument reconstructionists, if I can use that term, with particular types of technical information that they hadn't found hitherto, say in the Germanic lyre finds. This is an example of a Swiss Baptiste Romain playing only 2 days ago in Bydgoszcz at the festival, medieval festival there. I asked him where was the model, and he said he wasn't quite sure, but it could be sort of Estonia, but that general region. It's not modelled on a particular lyre, but it's putting the ideas together. And this particular one has a fingerboard, as you can see. Now, the fingerboard is something that you also find with the Welsh lyre called the crwth. So again, that's just interesting to see that this is now something of contemporary interest in a different way and a new way, not only for researching the past, but also of finding new ways of applying it for performance in the present and for indeed creative work for the future as well. I'm not sure how much time I have. Are we all right? A little bit late, I won't keep you too long. Just to mention that probably everyone in this room and everyone all around the world associates Ireland with the harp. And again, that's a huge story, and it's a very true, a lot of it is true, a lot of it is not true. But I just wanted to point out the difference between a lyre and a harp, because sad to say, a lot of our monuments are referred to as, sorry, that's a harp. So I won't go into too much detail. And this is a lyre. You can see it's rectangular, but it's a peaked harp. A peaked lyre, in fact, in the early Irish literature is called mencruth or beancruth, in other words, a peaked instrument. And they seem to have had this particular shape. Here, we haven't found that particular shape anywhere else. The bridge is there, and here are the 6 strings. And just to show you the comparison, the harp and the lyre. We do have one stone monument with a harp, but most of them are lyres. The stone monument is on the tympanum of St Declan's Ardmore. Now, very briefly, you see all of these are lyres. This is a peaked lyre. Here's the bridge, and there's the Holy Spirit inspiring the musician in this Christ in glory scene, surrounded by musicians. Obviously, I haven't time to go into the detail, but there's plenty published on these monuments. And then here is a very, very clear one on the Cross of Durrow, which again is a slight peak, but you can't be too literal about these things when you see that the curve of the cross comes down, so there's always a bit of compromise. It's definitely a 6-string lyre. You can see the body of it going down underneath, because the lyre strings are spread on the body of the instrument, whereas the harp are perpendicular to the soundboard. And there is a very clear bridge there as well. Now, very quickly, I was very, very lucky to be able to actually commission one from this wonderful German instrument builder called Thilo Fierig. And it was Thilo who filled me in on a lot of the Novgorod material. I knew in general about it, and I would love to know much more about the finds there. I think it's all very new, so probably it's not accessible yet in terms of the literature. But Thilo used the Novgorod material to build this based on the Irish monument, so we're calling it an Irish lyre, but with very much informed by Scandinavian and now indeed Novgorod models. So how that arc again is coming into its own in terms of helping people's research and the reconstruction of cultural history. And I hope this is going to play. It's a video. Will it play? No. Don't worry, it's okay. It's not that serious. So he was just. What? Yeah, I mean, it actually was uploaded as a video. But don't worry. What? Don't worry about it. It's okay. Of course, no, not at all. If anybody would like to hear it, I'm happy to send you the clip. So thank you very much. I'm sorry I went a little bit over.
Thank you very much.
A pleasure.
One question. Yeah.
That's fine.
I'll just thank you once again.
Sorry, I interrupted you there. Sorry. Yes, we've gone a little bit over time, but that's okay.
Sorry.
I think it was well worth it for the great papers that we've had and the connections that come out of those papers that I didn't even expect. So we have provided lunch down back to the room. So if it's okay with everybody, we'll start back on time at 1:45.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me, and if you have any difficulty in hearing speakers, just put up your hand and we'll do something about it. It is my pleasure to start the session with one of the pioneers of work on the history of medieval Dublin, Professor Howard Clarke, who spent many years, as I remember, as a student in the School of History, then the Department of History, University College Dublin, but has been working in the Royal Irish Academy and particularly on the Irish Historic Towns Atlas, which really is a wonderful, wonderful a resource which I'm always telling students to use because a lot of it is now online. And today Howard is going to speak to us on a far western outpost in a land of saints, St Olave's Church, Dublin. Howard.
Thank you very much. Idel, can you all hear me? But if you can't, as Idel said, shout, wave, or do something not too impolite. I'd like to thank Idel for her introduction. And she's right about the atlas, and the good news about the Irish Towns Atlas is that the next fascicle to be published will be for the city of Cork, which is the result of years and years of work, and it'll be available online in a shortened version next month for free, and it'll be available in print probably early next year, April or May. It'll be launched in the city of Cork in April or May of next year. So yes, I shall be mentioning the Atlas a little bit. And I'd also like to thank Emma and Ruth for thinking of inviting me at all to contribute to this day's proceedings, especially a has-been such as myself. And the other point I should like to make it now is that, of course, we've had a morning session and quite a lot has been mentioned already about certain issues to do with St Olave, and so there will be a certain amount of overlap between what I shall say and what other people have said, but that's not, of course, a bad thing in itself. Together with those of Waterford and Wexford, St Olave's Church in Dublin was an outpost of the cult of St Olave that extended, as you've heard, as far east as Novgorod in northern Russia. The dedication is a reflection of the hybridized culture of only some of Ireland's Hiberno Norse towns, for it is worth noting that neither Cork nor Limerick had a church with this dedication. Excepting Iceland, we are on the fringe of this Northern European cult. It is worth noting too that at the time of its foundation in the mid-11th century, as I shall argue, Ireland was awash with saints and their cults. Pádraig Ó Rian, who's the expert on saints in this country, has informed me that, by his estimate, there may have been as many as 1,500 homogeneous saints and an enormous number of duplications, such as the 14 Finbars. Finbar being the main saint of Cork. Was there any room for yet more saints by that time, mid-11th century? Apparently there was, especially for someone as distinctive as St Olaf of Norway. Well, trying to use the buttons, but that doesn't seem to... Oh, sorry, I'm using the wrong one. Yeah, sorry, yeah, no, that's my fault, sorry. Can't bear my left from my right. The background to its origin in Dublin is overtly Viking to start with. Vikings had brought forms of paganism back into Ireland, most tangibly now in their grey fields. Those near Dublin account for 87% of all furnished graves in Ireland, as Reinl and his colleague Stephen have pointed out. The classic age of furnished graves in Ireland was about 830 to about 930, and in written sources, Scandinavians are referred to as Gentiles, that is non-Christians, down to the third quarter of the 10th century. Nevertheless, as I shall also argue, pagan beliefs and even practices lasted for longer in some quarters. For this, the most important clues relate to Maelshocknor MacDonald's second and third captures of the town. In 989, he is said to have imposed a tax of 1 ounce of gold on every household, to be paid on Christmas night. Was he telling Dubliners that the Christian God was superior to any of theirs? And then in 995, that's the third capture, the punishment took a different form. 2 of the Dubliners' trophies were confiscated, one being the ring of Thor. Assuming that this was an ornate arm ring of the sort found in Viking Age archaeological contexts, the pagan god of natural forces was still revered by some Dubliners in 995. If that had not been the case, there would have been no point in Maelshocknor's removal of it, nor in any annalist's recording of the fact that he did so. That's a real thing, 995. Thor. 5 years later, we hear about Thor's wood, which was burnt as firewood by Brian Boru's troops, who were probably camping there in the chilly early January of the year 1000. How should these events be interpreted? In the past, Ruth Johnson and I have stated that to ask when were the Dublin Vikings converted to Christianity is to ask the wrong question. In 821, Vikings attacked Howth and took away from there a great prey of women. From the start, therefore, pagans were exposed willy-nilly to powerful and proximate Christian influences. The great majority of women in Viking Dublin must have been Irish and Irish-speaking. Their social status ranged from that of being married to free Scandinavian husbands down to the level of concubines and domestic slaves. Their children may well have been bilingual, and cross-cultural assimilation would have occurred across the social spectrum. Women would have played a major role in processes that have been termed creolization. If you haven't known that word before, please think about it, creolization. How did Old Norse-speaking, pagan Scandinavian males and Old and Middle Irish-speaking Christian females relate to one another? The linguistic aspect is likely to have taken longer in mainly Norwegian Dublin than in mainly Danish York, because Old English and Old Norse were closely related. The males, or at least some of them, apparently made do in Ireland with jockgok, which has been translated as Pidgin Irish, whereas we have no idea about the extent to which females learned to understand and to speak Old Norse. And as a reader of Old Norse, I can assure you that it would have been a huge challenge for those women to learn to speak that language from a Celtic-speaking language background. In the world of religious belief and practice, Christianity must have been present and at least tolerated in every Scandinavian settlement from the start. Churches existed in the vicinity of Dublin, as we can tell from the continuity of Christian burial rites at Castleknock, 7 kilometres to the northwest, and at Cabinteely, 12 kilometres to the southeast. At Failtrim Hill, 10 kilometres to the north, its excavators commented that the Irish inhabitants did not suffer from their association with Viking Dublin. Nevertheless, official acceptance of Christianity came slowly and incrementally. King Olaf Curan, effectively King of Dublin from 952 to 980, may have promoted the cult of St Columba, even building a church at Skreen for housing relics stolen earlier from Kells. That's Gwendolyn Sheldon's view. Edel Vanok, down here, has argued that the cult of St Columba was patronised in the town, and if Gorby Gwyn was correct, such a church did exist, not in the main stronghold or Doon, but on the western side of it at Arclere. Arleve's son, Citric Silkenbeard, whose mother was Irish, may have inherited this situation, but he left it late in his life to make a decisive move. One reason for this could have been residual paganism among elements of the male elite in Dublin. Commentators on the action that Citric took in the winter of 1013 to 1014 in the inclusion of, this is in recruiting forces for the expected battle with the Munstermen, have remarked on the inclusion of the heathen Ospaka and the upper state Brodar. Another reason for hesitation on his part may have been the serious turbulence up the North Atlantic coastline during the reign of Olaf Haraldsson, King of Norway, and his dates, by the way, are 1015 to 1028 as king, caused specifically by the issue of Christianization. The latter could be disruptive and even dangerous. It needed to be managed discreetly and, if necessary, at a distance. Accordingly, Citric made a virtue of a very public profession of his Christian faith by going on pilgrimage to Rome in 1028. On his return, accompanied by Dunon as a candidate for episcopacy, who had been consecrated probably at Canterbury by Archbishop Ethelnald the Good, he set about establishing a cathedral and a diocese. A map of Dublin in the early part of Sitric's reign, about the year 1000, this is in the Irish Times, Historic Times Atlas. This map reflects a part pagan and part Christian world, and there's also, sorry, I've gone wrong. Yes, there is also Patrick Wallace's lovely recreation artistically of Dublin at the same date, 1000. But I'm going to go back to the map for present purposes. Yeah. The Doon was completely bereft of churches in 1000, being dominated by warrior merchants whose prime assets included the tidal pool in the Poddle to house their war fleet and a quayside on the Liffey for international trading. The Fishamble Street house plots, whose dating range starts in 926 to 935 in Matthew Stout's dating of these, the time of King Godfred o Ivar, occupied the northwestern part of the stronghold. During that time frame, in the year 929, Godfred led an expedition to Kildare on St Bridget's Day to capture as many pilgrims as possible, and in the following year to Dunmore Cave, resulting in enormous loss of life. In other words, he and his henchmen in 929 and 930 were behaving like Vikings and profiting from the slave trade. Coincidentally, or eventually, however, the local Irish population, male and female, together with Scandinavian converts, could have had access to Christian churches situated on the Divling, that is the monastic side of the Poddle, in this creolizing culture. None of these churches is documented before the 12th century, but one in particular has yielded much earlier evidence from archaeology. This is the church known later as St Michael the Pole, that's of the Pool, which in the Armagh poem of about 1121 is stated correctly to have been situated south of the Doon. Yes. South of the Doon, dead on. Underneath the foundation levels of the church and round tower were burials of the late 10th or early 11th century. And these in turn concealed even earlier human activity dating back to the 8th century. Incidentally, I don't think that this church belongs to the pre-Viking monastic phase, as has been suggested, but fits better with the process of creolization during the Viking Age itself. Another church mentioned in the Armagh poem is St Patrick's. His cult in Dublin must go back at least as far as 1074, when the second Hiberno Norse bishop Gilpatrick was chosen. Conceivably, it could go back to the time of Brian Boru, Dublin's overlord, who made a well-publicised visit to Armagh in 1005 and whose body was taken there for burial in 1014. Moving forward to about 1170, moving forward to about 1170, 2 generations after the foundation of Christ Church Cathedral, we can see a fully Christianized and hybridized cultural context. This is another map from the Atlas. This now included St Olave's, situated at the interface, and make sure you can see it, yes, there it is. Situated, it seems to me very interestingly, at the interface between the formerly pagan Doon, that's to the east, and the Aboriginal Arclere. It was also situated near the quayside and jetties on the Liffey, probably for Scandinavian traders who had accepted Christianity. Its foundation is unrecorded, but it is worth noting, as Stefan has already told us, that the earliest documented church at York, apart from the minster, was dedicated to St Olave. There you have the general context of it in York, and the bit you should be looking at is there, and I have a close-up of that now. And here you can see St Olave's there, and there's the Minster, if you're more familiar with the Minster, those of you who've been to York. Now then, according to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, St Olave's in York was founded by Earl Siward, as Stephen told us, of Northumbria, and his dates are circa 1033 to 1055, and as we heard, he was buried in that church. And this was probably a proprietary church, what the Germans call an Eigenkirche, situated outside the town walls in a district called Earlsborough, not far from the River Ouse. The position of the Dublin church in Fishamble Street, near the waterline at high tide, is significant. And it seems to me that there is a parallel between the two cities in one sense, that the relation between the main church, York Minster, on high ground, and Olaf down towards the main river, and in Dublin, Christ Church, and St Olave's down by the River Liffey. You know, there's a parallel there that's worth thinking about. According to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, it was founded by Earl Siward, as I just mentioned. And thus, Dublin St Olave's, like York's, could have been founded at any time from the mid-11th century onwards. Among the relics of Christ Church Cathedral, as we also heard from Anne, was part of the vestment of St Olaf, probably presented by Dublin's first Hiberno Norse bishop, Dunon, whose dates are circa 1030 to 1074. The first written evidence to St Olave's Church in Dublin is in the Cartulary of St Mary's Abbey in a late 12th century context, a little bit earlier than Anne was mentioning. And then the next reference is the 1218 one that she also mentioned, when it's recorded as a possession of the great abbey of St Augustine in the suburb of Bristol. I thought you might like to see where it was. This is a map of Bristol in the famous Brown and Hogenberg collection, Bristol in 1581. But the great abbey of St Augustine was out there in the suburbs. There's the main city. And again, it's a similar arrangement, a main river, the Avon, a lesser river, the Froom, and the city is stranded between the two. Dublin was stranded between the Liffey and the Poddle. You know, there's a similarity there as well. We won't go into all of that, though. This connection with Bristol, presumably a reflection of the granting of Dublin to the men of Bristol in Henry II's Charter of 1171 to 1172. In 1218, there were as many as 8 priests attached to St Olave's in Dublin, but by circa 1225, only 7 years later, only Robert is cited as the parochial chaplain in the register of St John's Hospital. In 1275, we hear about the parish of St Olave in the will of Catherine, the wife of John le Grant, and John le Grant may have been one of the city's provosts, that is to say, assistants to the mayor a few years later. In other words, a high-status person. By circa 1294, like some other Dublin churches, St Olave's is stated to have been too poor to pay the papal taxation. Thereafter, that's after 1294, nothing was recorded about St Olave's in Dublin until the 15th century, when in 1410 there is a reference to a messuage, that's a house plot, and garden south of the churchyard. In 1470, a man called John Burt, B-I-R-T-E, who's described as a mariner of Dublin, left his house and 2 others to his wife, Catherine Wyatt, after whose death the revenues should be allocated to the fabric of St Olave's. We might conclude that this place of worship had retained its maritime associations. In 1530, on the eve of the Reformation process, St Olave's was one of 5 city churches paying a tax called cathedraticum at the higher rate of 12 pence. This was a due paid by clergy to a bishop or an archbishop. Yet 3 years later, as a confirmed property of St Augustine's in Bristol, it could hardly sustain the maintenance of a single chaplain. My general impression, therefore, is that St Olave's was a building of modest size, as is shown in the scale model at Dublinia. This is also in the atlas, and it's about there. It is there in Fishamble Street. A building of modest size in a small and densely populated parish that nevertheless included land reclaimed from the River Liffey in the 13th century. During the reign of the young King Edward VI, that's in the mid-16th century, who was promoting Protestantism, St Olave's was closed for worship in 1552, and its parish was united with that of St John the Evangelist, which is at the top of Fishamble Street. At the beginning of the turbulent reign of Mary, 1553 to 1555, we hear of the late church of St Tulloch, and I'll leave it to Stuart to explain the relationship between the dedication names. We hear about the late church of St Tulloch with a site and churchyard, a small chamber with a cellar and a little garden, housed to a man called John Goldsmith for 21 years at an annual rent of £1, 6 shillings and sixpence. Thereafter, there appears to have been a succession of lessees during the long reign of Elizabeth I, that's 1558 to 1603. In 1589, we have a complete list of property associated with the former church, including a priest's chamber, 2 houses on Wood Quay, another house in Castle Street, a garden outside Damgate, a house in Oxman Town, and a parcel of land in County Meath. 7 years later, there is a reference to George Plunkett's house, quoting anciently the old walls in St Tulloch's, unquote. When I was working on Dublin Part 1 of the Atlas, I assumed that St Olave's Church is not shown as such on John Speed's map of 1610. I now think I was wrong. Speed could be seriously error-prone, and here it seems to me now we have another example. His number 37, labelled St John's Church, that's in the key, but his number 37 is here. His number 37, labelled St John's Church, is positioned where St Olave's was, not against the clearly drawn building at the top of Fishamble Street, which is St John the Evangelist. Presumably because the 2 parishes had been united back in the 16th century, he or his source misunderstood and misrepresented the situation. The last references to St Olave's are to be found in the early 17th century. The link with St Augustine's in Bristol, still obtained in 1612, when a rectory, church and a churchyard with 2 houses or stables built there are described in the parcel of the estate of the former abbey in England. Outside Damgate, a row of 8 thatched cottages, formerly belonging to the church or chapel of St Olave's, are also mentioned. The last reference to the church, known to me, comes in 1619, and to the priest's chamber in 1622. We have to wait until 1939 for an account of brick arches uncovered with a flagged floor underneath, wooden coffins and some bones, when the site was being developed for a petrol station. That's in 1939. The arches were apparently broken down then and filled in. Not surprisingly, therefore, no trace of the church was reported in the more recent Wood Quay archaeological excavations, where Matthew Stout's last dating range is 1035 to 1044. As elsewhere, extensive cellar construction in the 18th and 19th centuries had more or less eliminated the high medieval and late medieval stratigraphical levels. Richard Howarth used newspaper records to establish the precise site of the property that succeeded the medieval church. We are fortunate in knowing where it was. We are also fortunate in having enlightened Norwegian ambassadors to Ireland who have taken a close interest in developing cultural contacts between our two countries. Late last year, this commemorative plaque in Fishamble Street was welcomed to the cultural landscape of a city that is able to celebrate its associations that are remote in time, yet present in space, with our North Atlantic neighbours. Okay.
Thank you so much, Howard. As ever, a lot there to think about. Now we have some time for, I think, about 2 questions. So if there are any questions from the audience?
Something I was asked to mention anyway is at how one became a saint. And it's an interesting question in the medieval context. How did sainthood arise? I think it arose in many different ways. We normally don't know precisely, but in the case of Olaf, we do have some idea about the process by which he became regarded as a saint, because that process in his case was remarkably rapid. He was killed in the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030, and yet in the following year, because there happened to be a bishop of part English origin, Grimkel, on the scene up in Trondheim, for whatever reason, and we can't read his mind now, for whatever reason, he decided to take the initiative himself to relocate the burial of the body, because apparently, as reported to him perhaps, miracles, some miraculous events had occurred as a result of the death of him. He promoted the idea of when Olaf's son came back to Norway, as we were told, and promoted, and almost certainly played a major role in promoting the cult of his father.
Yes.
So I think you can see that it's a combination in that case of a bishop, a clergyman, taking the initiative, but backed up in that case by royal authority very rapidly. So I think it helps to explain why this particular saint got the approval.
Which really, somebody...
I have a
question, yeah. I'll just follow up. Actually, that you just took almost the question I was going to ask, because of course the Irish never managed to have a royal cult. There was a bit of an effort with Brian Boru and others. But I'm wondering, with St Olaf in general, not just in Dublin, he being a royal holy king, was there an element of stamping an official sort of Christianization or creolization, which I think is a wonderful term I have to remember, on these regions through Olaf?
Yes, that's right. and as Stefan emphasized, it was not directed otherwise, as far as we know. It was a sort of free-range type of process in Olaf's case. And how it happened in other cases is very hard to know. But I think it's a combination. It can be a combination. There are probably many causes why people acquired sainthood, and this is one example.
Sorry, Emma.
Yeah, I don't want to digress or take too long, but do you want to say more about the Bristol connection in Dublin?
Bristol, yes. Yes, well, it's Henry II, as is well known, granted the town of Dublin to the men of Bristol for them to inhabit, as the charter says, in the winter of 1171-2, when he was here in Dublin. And but one of the reasons why he did that is that in his boyhood he had spent time in Bristol during the civil war in Stephen's reign, in the previous reign, So it was a city that he knew. And we also know from the pipe rolls that the men of Bristol contributed a huge amount to the support process of getting Henry into Ireland at all. They organised the shipment of military equipment and other equipment from England into Ireland, and so that I think it was partly in gratitude to the men of Bristol, but a town that he knew anyway. And of course it was a town that was already had a trading relationship with Dublin, but it wasn't the only one, because Chester had a longer trading relationship with Dublin than Bristol probably had. Chester was a much older kind of trading place. But nevertheless, Bristol was favoured because Henry knew the place and probably knew some of the people in it from his boyhood experience. And so we don't know exactly how St Olaf's got connected to St Augustine's Abbey in Bristol, but I think we just have to assume that it happened at that time in some unknown circumstances. But it remained connected right into the Reformation period, even post-Reformation period. You know, the Bristol link to St Olaf's in Dublin is still there, virtually to the end, yeah, even when it was secularised.
Okay, before we move on to the next paper, I just want to thank Howard for a wonderful paper and for introducing a new term into medieval Irish studies of creolisation. And in that context, just to let you know that I noticed what hasn't been noticed about Citric, that he had a daughter who was called Cailleach Finian, who was the devotee of St Finian, or Finan, one or other, which is quite interesting actually and hasn't been picked up.
If you want to read about creolisation and hybridisation, the thing to read is an MA thesis by a man called Anton Amley, published in 2014 from the University of Uppsala. And the thesis is called Black Pool. He called it Black Pool because he was talking about Dublin. And so the entire thesis is on this subject of creolisation on two dimensions. There's the religious one, how do pagans and Christians relate to one another? And the other is linguistic, how do speakers of one language relate to speakers of another language? And he makes the point that I made, of course, that in the York context, creolisation would have been mainly a religious issue, not a linguistic one. Whereas here in Dublin, it was both. It was both religious and linguistic, and seriously linguistic. Hence you get this term, jock gock, pidgin Irish. The Scandinavians did their best with the grammar of Old Irish. Just imagine that.
Okay, to show our appreciation to Howard for a wonderful paper. We now move on to music, or at least the use of music and musical manuscripts, notation in historiography. I noticed from Fiona Baldwin's abstract the reference to a colleague of mine, Margaret Bent, who of course has been to the forefront of historiography and prosopography, especially using the marginalia. And I know that Fiona's supervisor is Frank Lawrence, who again is a person who's opening up a lot of areas in early musicology in Ireland, or to do with Ireland. So Fiona Baldwin from the UCD School of Music is going to speak about Saints Olaf and John. To whom doth this bespoke partaineth? Bespoke partain. If it was in Old Irish, I could say it.
Oh, well, I'm not sure I can do it either.
Fiona.
Thank you. Just wait for the glamorous assistants to get everything going.
I've been called worse.
It's a delight to be here. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and it's also incredibly overwhelming to be in the room in the company of so many giants that I've been reading for the last 4 years as I've been doing my research. It's rather terrifying, actually. However, we shall prevail. So the seeds for this particular paper were sown during a train journey from Galway to Dublin on a rainy August evening a couple of months ago. What started out as idle chat between a naive doctoral researcher, that was me, and a historian who had a passion for performing medieval music was to evolve into an interdisciplinary investigation involving 3 researchers from diverse yet very complementary fields. The musicologist in question is myself, the paleographer Therese O'Byrne, who is here today with us, and also the aforementioned historian Dr. Stuart Kinsella. So despite the inevitable loss of materiality and the existence of a virtual version in Trinity College Dublin, I'm pressing the wrong button, Manuscript 79 is a 15th century Sarum antiphonor, and it has facilitated the seamless collaboration spanning 2 different time zones and several thousand kilometres. Preliminary examinations of the range of marginalia in the manuscript, such as pen trails, trials, prayers, obits, sketches of crests, imagined architectural structures, and some little grotesques. These are already prompting new questions about the book's ownership and have exposed a really intriguing network of connections involving some of Dublin's most illustrious names. Just pop up our 2 saints in question. In a special edition of Early Music Journal published in February 2017, the English musicologist Margaret Bent called for the creation of a full and searchable prosopography of medieval English musicians, a resource that she felt would reveal more about the forces shaping medieval music at the time. 1 year later, in a chapter for the Cambridge History of Medieval Music, Margot Fassler lamented the fact that the work of prosopography had been underexploited by music historians. What unites these 2 musicological titans is their recognition of the importance of that prosopography can play in music history research. So it is through this lens that I have been re-examining Trinity College's manuscript 79. Setting aside the liturgical and the musical grammars of this manuscript, this paper considers some of the intriguing marginalia added in the decades that followed the volume's creation, focusing in particular on those entries that bear witness to St Olave and his church. Over the course of the next some minutes, we shall travel back in time, 5 centuries, and we will meet some of the historical actors whose intertwined lives and activities were shaping the socio-political landscape of the medieval city of Dublin. Primary sources like Trinity College MS-79 not only chart the last phase of manuscript production coinciding with the arrival of the printed book, but they also represent a crucial milestone in the history of the city, situating the liturgy in its cultural milieu and indicating what worship practices were being prescribed in the Archdiocese of Dublin. It must, of course, be acknowledged that prescribed liturgies may or may not have been followed to the letter. They were contingent on several factors, including the availability of resources at an ecclesiastical institution, as well as perhaps the levels of enthusiasm and devotion amongst the clerics. And so to manuscript 79. It is a secular antiphonary, so called as it contains, among many other elements, the antiphons and chants that were to be sung or recited during the celebration of the daily office, the series of prayers marking the major hours of the day and the lesser hours in cathedral and monastic settings. The antiphonor is one of 3 liturgical books used for the office, the other 2 books being the Psalter, which contained the Psalms, and the Breviary, which contained the readings and the prayers. Antiphonaries are typically large books, and they were shared by several members of the choir. The date of manuscript 79's creation, as well as where it may have originated, are unsurprisingly the subject of much discussion among scholars. Hawkes dated it to the 15th century, as did Frere. Colker and Drost were more specific, situating it in the second half of the century. Brannan, meanwhile, refined that figure even further and settled on a terminus postquem of 1431 and a terminus antequem of 1435. These scholars have also variously linked the manuscript with the churches of St John the Evangelist, St Olave's, and the Cathedral Church of the Holy Trinity, now Christ Church Cathedral, in whose hallowed walls we sit this afternoon. I will come back to this in a few moments. As I mentioned earlier, they were large format books. Manuscript 79 is no exception to this tradition. At almost half a metre long by almost 320 millimetres wide, it's certainly large enough to have been placed on a central stand and viewed by several singers at the same time. Its 229 folios are made of parchment, and they are in reasonably good condition compared to some of the books I've had to observe over my time in research. Despite the mild discoloration on certain folios, mostly at the start of the manuscript, the content is very readable. The antiphonor is incomplete, lacking several leaves and quires in the temporale. Other than the calendar, the entire book is laid out in 2 columns. Text, for the most part, covers 47 to 48 lines, although this does vary more in the Psalter, where there are between 43 and 48 lines of text. The music is laid out on a 16 4-line ruled stave, although the actual instrument used to do the ruling is irregular in places. The ruling was done in red, and there was black square notation. And so to the manuscript. There are no historiated initials, no illumination. It is somewhat of a workhorse of a book. Most of the decorative elements take the form of alternating blue and red lombards of varying heights, depending on the importance of the feast being commemorated. There are also 2- and 3-line lombards, alternating antiphons in Vespers, Matins and Lauds, the first responsory of Matins and the Prosers. Some initials actually feature caricatures, and I will show you a picture of this now in a moment. Here are an example. On the right-hand side, we see the large illuminated initial V, and this is actually the first antiphon of Vespers for the Office of St. Patrick. And you can see on the example on the left-hand side of your screen, we have a nice little caricature of a monk's face. These caricatures largely occur in the sanctorale of the book, so that is also an interesting little observation. The plain nature of this decoration, and while it is very lovely, it is relatively plain when it is compared with a volume such as the Ranworth antiphonor, which was a deluxe mid-15th century Sarum antiphonor commissioned for the Church of St Helen in Ranworth in Norfolk. As you can see, our manuscript 79 is rather a plain Jane by comparison to its English counterpart. So let us return to the question of ownership. The inscriptions on folios 81 and 81V shown here are cited in almost every description of the manuscript as proof that the volume came from the Church of St John the Evangelist in Dublin, a small parish church only a few yards away, just over there, from St Christchurch Cathedral on the northeast side, and whose cure was the responsibility of the Augustinian canons of the priory. Boydell notes that the wider population of the surrounding city of Dublin would have looked to parish churches like this, like St John the Evangelist, St Olave's, and the other intramural churches within the city to minister to their regular spiritual needs, only entering cathedrals on important feast days or other special occasions. It follows then that these smaller ecclesiastical settings would have required certain books to celebrate their liturgies. Commenting on the provenance of 2 15th century processionals found in St John the Evangelist and now housed in Marsh's Library and the Oxford Bodleian, Alan Fletcher noted that they could have originated in the cathedral and were handed down to St John the Evangelist in order to facilitate the liturgy. Perhaps manuscript 79 had a similar fate, beginning life as a cathedral book and then moving on to parish life as needed. Some interesting things to note about these manuscript inscriptions are the fact that certain words have been erased. In 2 of these 3 inscriptions, in fact, the name of the church has been rubbed out. This could have been done by the later owner of the manuscript. One possible, and I will grant this is a wild conjecture, is that the book was handed down from Christchurch to Olaf's in the first instance, and then wound up in St John the Evangelist, and that the word that was rubbed out was the word Olaf. Further work needs to be done around this and to see if there's actually any, if this theory can actually hold any water, but a blacklight examination of the manuscript may actually reveal more about what's hiding in those little erasures. So where else does the Olaf connection come into play? Well, let's turn our attention to folio 81V and the 16th century marginalia scrawled on the left-hand edge of the folio. Here we have it. Offering of the church, the very first entry, 1542. This is just 5 years after the Act of Supremacy and 10 years before the church was united with St. John's. Could this entry then be an attempt to preserve the memory of an ecclesiastical institution that was once home to the manuscript? Who knows? The next entry says St. Olaf's Day. This could also point to a desire to remember or commemorate the feast of Patronal Saint. The names Fitzsimon and Blancheville also have links with the area around both parish churches, and there is more on that to come. So you can see each of these entries here outlined. Perhaps they do suggest that there is a greater link with St. Olaf's Church than was perhaps previously thought in relation to manuscript 79. And if we consider these churches in the urban landscape using this very fine map by Howard Clark, you can see exactly where they are sitting. They're all in very, very close proximity. In fact, all of the intramural churches are actually within very close proximity. And again, we have the speed map here outlining where they are, and then the big question mark for where the question mark is the red box as to whether it's St. Olave's was there or not. So, veneration of St. Olaf in the manuscript. The veneration of saints played a pivotal role in medieval Christian liturgical practices. Just as the memory of Irish saints have been preserved in several continental sources, so too has the memory of non-native saints, and I use the term in quotes, that has been preserved in Ireland. A quick glance of the medieval city is testament to this, with the intramural churches dedicated to St. Audwin of Rouen, Werburgh of Chester, Nicholas of Myra, and of course St. Olaf of Norway. These saints were the subject of devout religious observance in their native lands and further afield, with the Mass and the office and occasionally processionals at the heart of these commemorations. Extant sources point to Olaf's Mass not only being celebrated in Nordic countries, but also, it seems, in parts of England and possibly other places in Northern Europe. The Mass remained virtually unchanged for 500 years, from its earliest transmitted appearance in the English service books from the early 1060s to the printed Missale Nidrosiense. So we look at the occurrences in 79, and I know that Anne has covered this, so I will whistle through this very, very quickly. It's sustained, Olaf's memory is sustained in a couple of places in manuscript 79 as a handwritten addition in the calendar in the margin of July 29th. We note that St. Olaf, king and martyr, should be commemorated with 9 lessons, indicating the importance of his feast. On folio 186 or in the Sanctorale, a collect naming the saint has been written in bookhand in the lower part of column A. Are these entries simply memories of patronal saint of the diocese, or do they speak to something else? Perhaps a closer link to St. Olaf's Church. As pointed out earlier by our speakers, the collect featuring can be traced back several hundred years, and it can be found in the Leofric Collectar. Here it is, a close-up of it in 79. Here we have it in the Leofric Collectar. It's also found in the Red Book of Derby, which was, according to its modern author, written in the monastery in Winchester, but can be localised to the province of Canterbury. And it was also found in the Missal of Robert of Junièrge, which is now housed in the Rouen Bibliothèque Municipale, which is thought also to have been written in Peterborough between 1014 and 1023. The same collect is also found in later printed editions of the Breviarium and the Missale Nidrosiense, which were printed in 1519. The collect in 79 deviates slightly in its wording from these other collects found in the early English sources and indeed the later print editions, perhaps indicating that it wasn't copied from an exemplar, but was actually a remembrance, a rememory of a prayer, but was still considered to be worthy enough and important enough to include in the book. Turning our attention back to 79 to look for further evidence to bolster a link between the manuscript and the Church of St. Olaf, let us consider 2 things. Annotations on folio 229V and also a hard pen sketch which appears to be a heraldic crest. This is on folio 130 or. I haven't actually got an image of it because it is very, very difficult to see, and despite my tweakings I couldn't get it to be clear enough for you to see on the PowerPoint. So this hard pen sketch of a heraldic crest until now has gone unremarked. However, it appears to be more than just a fanciful doodle by a bored annotator. Funeral entries of the Ulster King of Arms actually show a shield bearing 3 crescents, very similar to this shield doodled, shall we say, in manuscript 79, as belonging to the Fitzsimons family, a well-to-do mercantile family who had property and dealings around Wood Quay and St Michael's parish, a short trot this way from Fishamble Street. If a note on folio 229V is to be believed, then we have also evidence of the handwriting of Robert Fitzsimon, who also happens to be one of the main annotators of this book. More importantly, within this, there is an intriguing reference to a book of St Olave with the words church added. Another link to the Fitzsimons name, albeit through marriage, comes through a certain Bartholomew Blancheville, who has been who was recorded as being enrolled in 1505 as an apprentice of Robert Blancheville, a merchant, and is also described in the rent roll of Christ Church in circa 1537 as living on Wine Tavern Street. Blancheville's name features in the calendar of 79 on folio 82 or, where he is designated as a merchant of Dublin. He died on the 18th of September 1545, and his obituary is also recorded on folio 86 or. The obituary of his widow Joanna, formerly a Fitzsimon, is also recorded in the calendar on the 13th of June 1546. His name appears a third time on folio 229V. All 3 entries are in different hands. Aside from Blancheville's widow, the Fitzsimon name features 4 more times in various obits in manuscript 79. Johannes, a former mayor; Robert, precentor of St Patrick's Cathedral, just down the road; Walter, a former archbishop; and Anne, the widow of the former city recorder Robert Begg, who died on the 16th of January 1532, and whose obit is also recorded on folio 82 or. Manuscript 79 came to Trinity College as part of the collection of the Church of Ireland Primate of Armagh, James Ussher, who when it was purchased following his death in 1656. Ussher was an active collector within the century of the Reformation and the dissolution of the monasteries. According to William O'Sullivan, he was in a strong position to acquire the large number of medieval manuscripts which formed the core of his collection. Writing in the DIB, John McCarthy notes that James Ussher was born on the 4th of January 1581 in St Nicholas's Parish, Dublin, not too far away. He was the 5th among 10 children of Ireland Ussher, who not only features in the calendar of obits of manuscript 79 on folio 82 or, but is also credited with having undertaken a rebuild of the Church of St John the Evangelist, consisting of a chancel, a nave, 2 aisles, vaults underneath, and a belfry containing 3 bells. Folio 84V on manuscript 79 features an obit for Ireland Ussher's wife Rosina, who died on the 20th of June in 1558. Incidentally, one of the final entries in the Christ Church Book of Obits remarks that Rosina Hollywood gave a silver cup of 20 ounces weight for the common table of the vicars. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that manuscript 79 came via the Fitzsimon family, which had links with St Olave's, into the possession of the Ussher family, who were known to be deeply rooted in the fabric, literally, of Church of John the Evangelist, following the uniting of the 2 parishes. As you can see, it's a relative who's who of Dublin at the time. Finally, some thoughts, and now for the wild speculation that only a musician can come up with. Could this volume have actually moved around with the cleric who was serving all 3 parishes? It is a large volume, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility that someone can lift it. I lifted it onto and off of numerous tables, so I can honestly say it's not that heavy. Secondly, was this a cathedral book that ended up in St John's, having spent time previously in St Olave's? It ended up here following the union of the two parishes, rather than having been commissioned or made for or ordered for or bought for or acquired by St. John the Evangelist Church. If the book was essentially rendered obsolete following the Act of Supremacy, why then was it still in use? Was it simply a record book? Was it retained by an individual or a book lover as a souvenir? They didn't wish to see it lost forever, and they wished to preserve the memory of the institution or the institutions with which it was associated. Or was there something more? Could it potentially have been brought back into use when Mary was on the throne? Who knows? These are all, as I say, wild and idle speculation. Finally, who is the mysterious RH who initialed the inscription of ownership on folio 81V? Well, there are two possibilities that have presented themselves thus far in this research. One of which, of course, is my personal favourite, because it's musically related. The first person is Richard Hancock, who was a merchant of Dublin and operating 1533 to 74. He starts off leasing a house from the cathedral on High Street in 1533, and then in 1536 he leases the convent garden of Christ Church. The second possibility, and I say this with a smile, and I really would love this to be true, but it probably won't be. The second possibility is Robert Haywood, who is noted in the Christ Church deeds to be a singing man and organist of Christ Church in 1546. If we consider today that musicians are loath to part with music, I can speak from personal experience here, having wardrobes full of it at home, even when it's no longer relevant to us, we hang on to it because we cannot part with it. Could this perhaps be the case? Perhaps when the book wasn't in use any longer, it was no longer needed for music, perhaps this organist saw the value of it and wanted to save it from destruction because it simply contained music. Intriguingly, there are other aspects of marginalia which could only have really been written either by a liturgist or a musicologist or a musician or somebody with knowledge of both, because there are little additions to the Psalter where it indicates what reciting tone should be used on a particular chant, and there are several of those. Also, if we go back to this, you can see here up at the top, there are some really, really intriguing little musical additions in mensural notation, which is of course later. So could these potentially have been made by our mysterious musician? Who knows? I'd like to think it's true. But as I say, it needed to have been made by somebody with a knowledge of both liturgy and how chant was being notated. So at this juncture, I would like to acknowledge and sincerely thank Dr. Theresa Byrne and Dr. Stuart Kinsley, whose expertise and knowledge have been essential in helping me unpack this mystery. Our search really has only just begun, and judging from the results thus far, it looks like it could be quite a journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Fiona, this is detective work at its best. And it also shows how important marginalia are, because quite often when medievalists look at manuscripts, they tend sometimes not to look at those later notes, which, you know, as you say, can give us a lot. Now, anybody got a question for Fiona? Reinald?
Do we know where transcript is actually proposed? Is it our transcript or
It's a Sarah book. We have no idea where it actually came from. For sure. We have no idea for sure. Like everything.
About the size of the manuscript, which presumably relates to the number of people
viewing it. Yes, it was a choir book.
How many people would
You could comfortably put, oh, now this is going to sound terrible, but it depends on the size of the people. because if people were quite broad, you could probably comfortably, with it standing on a stand and people standing back sufficiently, because the text is quite big. And you must remember as well that the people who would be performing this music, this was imbued in them. They internalized this music. So they were really probably just using it as a mnemonic rather than as an actual book where they're sight reading because they've not done their homework. So from that point of view, between 4 and possibly 7, 6, 7, 8, maybe clerics could stand around it and actually create a sound from there.
Was that unusual for a cathedral? I was thinking of what was originally made for a cathedral choir or a parish.
I would suggest that it's more likely, this would suggest it's more likely a cathedral book, because if you think about a smaller parish church like St John the Evangelist, even Olaf's, any of the smaller parish churches, they wouldn't necessarily have had the resources required to do these. There's another interesting little, in the John's Processional in Marsh's Library and also in the Bodleian, we have the Visitatio Sepulchri, which is supposedly have been performed in St. John the Evangelist Church. But to perform something like that would have required, again, resources. Did those resources exist? We don't have enough information really to tell us that. So it's the frustrating thing, I suppose, about all of this is when you think you're about to answer a question, you just have 20 more. And you haven't actually answered anything. So I do apologise for that.
I suppose between all of the manuscripts you're talking about, you could be talking about the library being kept here in Christchurch
and
itself.
Mobile, moving around.
Which I think is very common looking at Irish language manuscripts that you have there.
I mean, if you consider the number of manuscripts that have survived in Ireland, we have 8 extant manuscripts pertaining to the office. And if you look at that compared to the number of books that were required to perform the office, if every single church in Dublin had minimum an antiphonor, a breviary and a psalter, that's a minimum of 3 books per institution, and then probably more in other institutions, and maybe there were different versions of these because they would have been updated and revised. So we're missing a huge chunk. We're missing a huge chunk of information. I know Owen Tudor Edwards in the UK has done sort of a mathematical collection. He extrapolated out based on what survived how many there would have been, and I think he extrapolated out that there should have been 24,000 odd books.
Yeah, I think that's the general sad tale
of
Ireland especially, I think.
It is.
And again, if we can thank Fiona for a wonderful paper and great perspective. Thank you. Now we continue with more detective work, I think. Our next speaker is Stuart Kinsella, who, if I can sort of put him in a medieval context, he is not just a musician and a singer here, but I would regard him as the official historian of the cathedral. And today, Stuart speaks about Olaf and old gaffs, untangling antiquarian errata. More detective work, I suspect.
Indeed. Well, first of all, thank you very much. I have to say it's a delight to be out today just talking purely about St Olave, and it's so interesting to hear everybody coming from so many different backgrounds, quite international, and also from so many different fields as well. So it's been really a most enlightening day, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak at it. So, can you hear me? Is this okay? Great, okay. So, on the 16th of June, 1938, the Cork-born scholar of early Irish literature and former director of the Dublin Institute of Advanced Studies, Osborne Bergen, wrote politely to the then Dean of Christchurch, the Very Reverend Ernest Henry Cornwall Lewis Crosby, thanking him for his invitation to attend the annual citizenship service. He noted that as the cathedral was nearly full, he had been content with a seat at the side. But this was not the only reason for his letter. He wrote, quote,
I hope you will not think it was mere pedantry that made me sigh when I noticed the reference to Sihtric the Dane. Despite the popular misapprehension, it is certain that Dublin was a Norwegian city. There is ample evidence from the Norse sagas and from the Norse loanwords in Irish that the Scandinavian settlers in Ireland did not come from Denmark or Sweden, but the error is apparently ineradicable. Whatever the merits of perhaps Anglo-Danes and Hiberno-Norwegians, and indeed the Fingal and the Dougal, if this talk has a theme, it is probably that point, that once errors are introduced into print, they gain a life of their own and are often difficult to amend. That Bergen was writing in 1938, the year of the cathedral's non-centennial celebrations, the 900th anniversary, also highlights the fact that the cathedral's foundation date had been incorrectly noted as 1038 since Sir James Ware's De Hiberniae et Antiquitatibus, published in 1654, which translated by Walter Harris as Sitricus, the son of Amlave, he means Olaf, king of the Ostmen of Dublin, and Dunnach, bishop of Dublin, built it, as in Christchurch or Holy Trinity, for secular canons in the middle of the city about the year 1038. So this appears to have been a typo for 1028, the year in which all of the annals, Ulster, Tirnach, Inishfallen, Four Masters and Loch Kay, report that Sihtric went to Rome, along with Flanacon O'Kelly, king of Briga, who often gets forgotten. Although only the annals of Tirnach and Chronicum Scotorum note the important detail that he returned the same year. It was not until the professor of medieval history in UCD, Aubrey Gwynn, wrote his articles on the origins of the See of Dublin in 1941 that this particular error was corrected 287 years later, and it still took a few decades for the cathedral historians to accept the revision. It is also worth noting that the cathedral's foundation for secular canons was entirely made up by the Lord Deputy, supported by the Mayor and Aldermen, to avoid the cathedral's priory succumbing to the dissolution of the monasteries. All recent research shows that the cathedral was likely first established as a Benedictine cathedral priory, so its notional secular foundation appears to have been pure make-believe to ensure that the cathedral survived the Reformation. This second example of imaginary secular canons shows that there are a great number of ways in which one can err, from simple mistakes, misreadings, or transcriptional errors, to innocent repetitions of assumed truths, to, in that case, flat-out fibs. At this point, I should return to my title of Olaf's and Old Gaffs to explain what I mean to any non-native English speakers that don't know the word. A gaff, with an E, is a rather vernacular English term to mean a mistake. I made one myself in misspelling it initially for this lecture title without an E, but I then did look it up in the Oxford English Dictionary, and it said both were allowable. And it is not to be confused with the more colloquial term gaff, without an E, for a house, that unattainable item for most Dubliners in our current housing crisis. Part of the reason I stated Olaf's, aside from the rhyme of a good pun, is the thrust of my argument today. The metamorphosis of the dedication of St Olaf from its English form of St Olave to St Tulloch through the medieval period and beyond has led to a great deal of confusion in Ireland between two saints. And you can kind of see how St Olaf, St Olaf, St Olaf, St Olaf, if you keep on repeating it often enough, you end up getting to St Tulloch. The two saints in question were the early 7th century Irishman Dulach, or Dulag, whose saint's day is on the 17th of November, and the 11th century Norseman Olaf, martyr and perpetual king of Norway, whose was commemorated on the 29th of July. Some have doubted that there was ever a dedication of St Olaf in Dublin. Some think that the two saints were one and the same, and others have suggested that Dulach never existed. So I hope I can bring some clarity to these competing points of view. So first, to the Olaf enthusiasts. My participation in this seminar actually arose from a series of interesting emails with the archaeologist Paul Duffy, which drew my attention to his article, Knots and Crosses, the Irish Cult of St Olave, published in Archaeology Ireland in autumn 2019. Arising from his study of the Balgriffin and Begarin cross slabs, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and thinking of the Church of St Dúlaig's in North County Dublin, he argued that in fact the Saints Dúlaig and Olaf were one and the same, and that it was time to, quote, consign the enigmatic anchorite saint of Fingal, or of Dúlaig, to the confines of folklore, whilst recognising the no less interesting contribution of the Norse warrior saint Olaf to the place names of North County Dublin. And just to show you, I think you can probably see, oh sorry, I can't read this with my glasses. Sorry, St Dúlaig's is the townland there. And note that this is Kinsale here, Feltram, and Baldoyle. I might not get to that later. So Duffy's prime influence appears to have been the work of archaeologist John Bradley, who wrote with rather unnerving certainty in 1988 that, quote, St Dúlaig's, like its namesakes in Dublin and Wexford, is a dedication to St Olaf, end quote. It is worth examining Bradley's discursive footnote explaining his reasoning. First, he regarded the evidence for St Dúlaig in the early Irish manuscripts as late medieval and therefore less trustworthy. Second, he felt that the presence of the Hiberno-Norse MacTurkles in the neighbouring townland of Kinsale implied that the dedication was more likely related to Olaf. And third, he noted as evidence the fact that the name Olaf had become Dúlaig in both Dublin and Wexford. And here I have a lovely collection of images of St Dúlaig's in North County Dublin for you. Lastly, he noted an account, this is Bradley, he noted an account of the 1740s quoted by Edward Ledwidge in his Antiquities of Ireland, which recorded one of the more convincing arguments, and Anne has mentioned this earlier on in her talk, that on Fishamble Street there was a parish tradition that saw a visit to St Dúlaig's Church in Fingal on the 1st of August. I'll come back to this in a little bit later. All of the above points have their difficulties, which I hope will become clear in this brief survey of the literature. However, one issue not dealt with below is Bradley's suggestion that St Dúlaig's Church was probably dedicated to St Olaf because of the proximity of the MacTurkles, which I feel is a rather tenuous argument. In fact, Christchurch itself could be implicated in many of these associations, given that it owns the land of St Dúlaig's and Kinsale and much of County Dublin at some point. Edward Ledwidge's Antiquities of Ireland, published in 1790 and then with a second edition in 1804, appears to be the origin of both Bradley and Duffy's ideas. Ledwidge was a graduate of Trinity College Dublin and a clergyman of the Church of Ireland, based mostly in the Diocese of Ossory, and is not to be confused with Edward Ledwidge, later Archdeacon and then later Dean of Kildare, because for a time the older man and the younger historian were both clergy at St Michan's, a prebend of Christchurch, as was St John's and St Michael's, which is the tower is still retained in Dublinia, those three prebendal churches. Edward Ledwidge the elder was prebendary, and Edward Ledwidge Jr. was the historian as his curate for what must have been a very confusing 4 years. Ledwidge, the historian, with Charles Valency, Charles O'Connor and William Burton Cunningham, founded the ill-fated Hibernian Antiquarian Society in 1779, which lasted only until 1783, following disagreements between Valency and Ledwidge, whose historical writings, although innovative for the time, have not endured given their persistent sectarian bias. Graves and Pym, for example, lamented the perverse ingenuity of his antipathy to the early church's saints. Ledwidge had no doubt of the link between St Dúlaig's Church in County Dublin and St Olave's on Fishamble Street, stating, quote, St Tulloch or St Dúlaig is a corruption of St Olaf. And he's almost certainly paraphrasing Walter Harris's 1766 note in his History of Dublin on St Tulloch's Lane that says it, quote, derived its name from St Olave's, corruptly called St Tulloch's or St Dúlaig's Church, which stood close to it in Fishamble Street. So we now come to the Dulic enthusiasts, among whom number a man called Lanigan, well, men, they're all men, Lanigan, O'Donovan, Todd and Reeves. John Lanigan, an Irish Catholic historian rigorously educated in Pavia in Italy, was regarded by Patrick F. Moran as the most illustrious name on the roll of ecclesiastical historians of Ireland. Just realised I have some pictures of them. He had attended the Synod of Pistoia in 1786, which advocated for Enlightenment principles in the Church and pushed for modern historical standards. But sadly, this would lead to Lanigan's rejection for the position of Professor of Ecclesiastical History at Maynooth, and he ended his days as the librarian of the Royal Dublin Society, ultimately suffering a nervous breakdown. But in his prime, he wrote an Ecclesiastical History of Ireland in 4 volumes, published in 1822, which was deeply critical of Ledwidge, whom he frustratedly referred to only as the Doctor, listing 95 separate, quote, proofs of and animadversions on Ledwidge's ignorance, errors and malevolence, end quote. Lanigan complained, quote, by the by, the Doctor had no right to rob the Irish nation of St Dulic and to give him to the Danes, as he does. With an apologies to all the Norwegians here, because the Danes thing was quite a persistent error. The Irish scholar John O'Donovan was another critic of much of this Olaf Dulic confusion, particularly when it came to linguistics. In a copy of Beaufort's Ancient Topography of Ireland from Valency's collection, signed by Thomas Larkham in 1828, with whom John O'Donovan worked in the Ordnance Survey. He was unsparing in his marginalia, declaring, "This is all trash, and such etymological lunacy should be condemned and censored." He was also frustrated by Ledwidge and John Dalton's more recent 1838 History of the County of Dublin, in which Dalton, perhaps confusing it with St Tulloch, suggests that Tully, and he spells it Tulla with a GH, which is why it's difficult. You'd have to have my text in front of me to see all the variations. It really does become quite complicated. He suggests that Tully, near Cabinteely, was of a Danish foundation, translating it as of the green eminence, which at least may reflect the fact that Tulloch is the Irish word for a hill. A sceptical O'Donovan, writing to James Henthorne Todd on the subject of Olaf and Dulic in a letter of the 27th of July 1844, doubted the Fishamble Street church ever related to Olaf. Quote, I do not believe a single word about the Danish St Olaf's connection with Dublin. The warrior Olaf was too modern a saint to be transferred to this place, for he flourished after the Battle of Clontarf and had very little to do with Dublin. Ledwidge goes as far to state as a positive fact that the parish of Tulla in the county of Dublin is a corruption of St Olave's, and the great popish historian Dalton agrees with them, he says, exclamation mark. What enlightened antiquaries of this Danish city of Dublin has produced that can turn a hill into a saint and a saint of Irish blood into one of Danish blood by knowing nothing at all about either? In the same letter, O'Donovan interestingly mused on whether the Fishamble Street church was originally dedicated to St Dulic's and had transformed to St Olave's over time, but by the end of the letter concluded of the separate Fingal church that, quote, at all events, I do not think they would have attempted to unsaint the Irish Dulic and set Olaf, the warlike king of Denmark, in his church of Clogher Dulic. The Reverend J.H. Todd, to whom O'Donovan had written, a widely respected linguist, professor of Hebrew and librarian at Trinity College Dublin, was also a critic of Ledwidge and a fan of Lanigan, whom he often cited in a remarkably erudite introduction written to the Obits and Martyrology of Christchurch, published by Todd's brother-in-law, John Clark Crosthwaite, in 1844. Always good to keep it in the family. Working his way through the saints of the Martyrology, Todd paused on the subject of St Dulic, confessor, and went to considerable lengths to separate him from St Olave. One footnote avails not only of the aforementioned advice in the letter from O'Donovan, but of some of his jokes too. Quoting Harris's note about the corruption of the names, Todd stated with crystal clear logic, but it does not follow from the fact that St Olave's Church in Dublin was corruptly called St Tulloch's that it was also called St Dulug's, or that St Dulug's in Fingal was likewise St Olave's. His final parish, or his final, sorry, this is Freudian slips coming in here, his final paragraph on the matter stated, "Still less reason is there to insinuate with Ledwidge that St Dulugh is the same as the Danish St Olave. To make such an assertion without the smallest evidence except this confusion of names, and in opposition to our ancient calendars and martyrologies, is to undermine the evidence of all history. St Dulugh's Day is the 17th of November, St Olaf's the 29th of July, so that there is not the smallest pretence in favour of Ledwidge's conjecture." The Reverend William Reeves, a highly respected historian and antiquary, was appointed rector of Lusk in North County Dublin, 1857 to 65. It was a living within the gift of J.H. Todd, in fact. After he had failed to obtain the professorship of ecclesiastical history at Trinity. Another great scholar, perhaps foiled by politics. Though his ability was later recognised in a promotion to the deanery of Armagh and his elevation to the bishopric of Down, Connor and Dromore. On Monday the 11th of April 1859, with the President of the Royal Irish Academy, J.H. Todd, in the chair, Reeves presented a Memoir of the Church of St Dulugh, which was to be the final word on the subject for many years to come, clearly separating St Dulugh from St Tulloch. His article summarised the evidence from Ledwidge, Lanigan and Todd, as well as many then unpublished early Irish sources, such as the martyrologies of the 9th century Angus the Culdee and the late 12th century Gorman, editions of which were later produced by Whitley Stokes, and I'm quite sure there's been other work since. It is clear from these that the devout and beautiful Dulugh of Clogher existed in North Dublin probably around 600 or so, according to an estimate by Reeves. The late glosses added did no more than further specify the location of Clogher Dulugh as being south of Feltram and beside the swords of Columcille in Fingal. Indeed, Pádraig O'Rian opened his book on the four martyrologies of Drummond, Turin, Cashel and York in 2002 with the statement, quote, "As a rule, the earliest manuscript copies of Irish martyrologies are several centuries later than the date of composition of their texts, explaining why the aforementioned martyrologies of Angus and Gorman survive only in the 15th and 17th century copies." Many of these issues seem to become clearer, however, when viewed in chronological order. Helpfully, three articles by Richard Howarth in 1988, Con Manning in 2009, and Paul Duffy in 2019 all provide references to St Olave's Church in Dublin. From Duffy's table, it is clear that variants on Olave are used up to the Reformation, after which, in 1546, the term Tulloch emerges. Stanihurst's 1577 reference to the church calls it St Tulloch's and makes no mention of St Dulugh's. It is also worth noting a chronological list of the references to the civil parish of St Dulugh's in Wexford, in which every entry from the Reformation to the 19th century is to Tulloch, the church having long since vanished, and only in 1906 does Philip Hoare refer to Dulugh rather than Tulloch, being a corruption of Olaf. I think you can probably see it there at the very end. The exception to the Dublin and Wexford examples, where the parishes disappeared and churches fell into ruin, is Waterford, where although the church of St Olave was ruinous by 1615, it was rebuilt in 1731 and specifically rededicated to St Olaf. Perhaps continuous ecclesiastical use prevented the name from mutating. This brings us back to the account of the 1740s, which Ledwidge describes as, quote, an anonymous, by an anonymous though well-informed author, who published a concise survey of the ecclesiastical state of Dublin and its diocese in 1747. That book is entitled The Life of the Most Eminent and Truly Illustrious Bishop St Patrick, with many variants and reprints. The earliest I found is 1743, and contains the statement that I previously paraphrased, and Anne has already mentioned earlier on in her lecture, that on Fishamble Street, quote, stood formerly a chapel of ease to St John Church, dedicated to St Dulach, an anchoret whose feast is celebrated on the 1st of August, on which day and during its octave is visited a famous well in Fingal between Balgriffin and Kinsale. Although it's strangely phrased, presumably this visit took place from St John's Church itself, but more importantly, the 1st of August is close enough to the 29th of July to make it clear that this is St Olaf's Day and not that of St Dulach of Clocher, who was commemorated on the 17th of November. Reeves nailed this best, noting the conflation of Tulloch and Dulach, quote, prevalent in the early part of the 18th century. He noted that it was erroneous, and that the tradition of St John's was likely introduced, this is me saying this, the tradition of St John's was likely introduced on the basis of the similarity of St Tulloch and St Dulach, but quite ignorant of their etymologies. So I would like to add just one conclusive point by way of a cathedral connection. Christchurch's earliest manuscript is the Liber Niger, or Black Book, brought from England around 1300 and added to through the 14th and 15th centuries. It contains two stories about the cathedral's founding, the fuller of which is the late 14th, early 15th century account. It is one of a few entries to list both Sitrick as King of Dublin and Dunaun as first Bishop of Dublin, and notes that Sitrick gave the cathedral the site on which it was built, as well as the lands of Keldulig, Racra and Portacra. A version of this, what am I showing here? Yes. A version of this, probably from whence it was copied, occurs in a 1202 confirmation by King John of a confirmation by Lawrence O'Toole. He was still an archbishop at that stage, noting a grant by Sitrick of Baldulig, meaning Keldulig, Rochan and Portrachran. So just to put you out of all of your agony, Kildulig or Kjeldulig, the earliest grange bequeathed to the cathedral for the support of its staff, was, according to the 16th century Archbishop Allen, what became known in the 13th century as Grange Gorman. But Racra or Rochan appears to have been Lambay Island, and Portacra or Portrachran in these various versions was the port to access it, which we know today as Portrane, both quite far from Dublin, as you can see. That's down city centre Dublin, and these guys are way up here in Portrane. Howard Clark wisely noted that a document in Archbishop Allen's register was a more trustworthy text. This notes a series of land grants, viz. Of the gift of Sitrick, son of Absalai, Earl of Dublin, the place where the Church of Holy Trinity is actually founded, and Kildulig, semicolon, Rochra and Portrachram of the gift of MacJerdan MacDua Imora, who I think actually, referring to earlier on today, was probably Merced, son of Diarmid MacMail na Mo. I think Howard probably disentangled that. Howard highlighted that the phrasing implies that Sitrick was only responsible for the gift of Kildulig. So not only is this another transcriptional error clarified, but it helpfully confirms to us that Kildulig, donated by Sitrick for the foundation of the cathedral around 1028, must predate the cathedral. The tradition of St Dulach was therefore present in the wider Dublin area before the Norwegian king, Olaf, had died or been canonised. A better question, perhaps, is how Sitrick acquired this land, and whether indeed he owed it to alliances with the Columban clergy of Fingal, which Adele had mentioned a little bit of earlier, and Howard, I think. But that's perhaps for another day. So in conclusion, what appears to be the case is that the 7th century St Dulach established a base in North Dublin, a settlement from which Keldulig was likely a subsidiary, and given as a gift to Christchurch as its foundational grange or manor. Separately, a church of St Olave's was established possibly in the late 11th century, which survived to the Reformation. By the 16th century, the name St Olaf had been worn down linguistically to St Tulloch, and by possibly the 17th and certainly the 18th century, the name had been factually mistaken for St Dulaig's of Balgriffin. 19th century antiquaries battled the identification of Olaf Tulloch with Dulaig, but the argument was less familiar by the late 20th and early 21st century, and once in print, always in print, such that it emerged again. What this shows is that as fields become more specialised, it is important to expose scholars to a wide range of multidisciplinary expertise, whether archaeologists discovering new evidence, musicologists reattributing manuscripts, or historians recalling previously rehearsed arguments. So I think with the distinctiveness of Dulaig and Olaf in Ireland intact, it all goes to show that it is perfectly possible for there to be a happy coexistence side by side of both Irish and Norwegian saints and scholars. Thank you.
My goodness, Stuart, that was some detective work and untangling. So if we can start by seeing who has questions. Anybody for Stuart? Oh, Owen.
I'll have to go and look it up. But James Ware, there's 4 wells around Dublin. The one on Nassau Street, the one on James Street, one in Donnybrook, I think, which is called Sunday's Well, and there's a well there, and one in St Dulaig's. And I'll have to see what James Ware calls St Dulaig's. But my memory until now was he called it St Dulaig's.
That could well be the case.
Ray Gillespie has a thing online on brainstorming and so on.
Yes, I've read it actually. It's very, very good. It's an excellent synopsis of the whole thing. Actually, one thing I would say about St Dulaig's is that there was a really good. There's been a lot of study of the building itself. There was a man called John S. Sloan. I'm so glad that Sean Duffy is here because I don't have an article about him. John S. Sloan basically wrote a fabulous article on St Dulaig's in about the 1840s or so, and he got quite a lot of mileage out of it. Things like the Irish Literary Gazette and the Irish Folder and stuff like that. So he studied it quite in detail. And then Peter Haraldsson wrote another article on the building itself a little bit later, and Rachel Moss as well. But all of them have a little bit of a look at that well as well, which has a very unusual sort of architectural feature around it. So,
Thanks. Thank you. The pen just talked with me actually was the wonderful arc in the movement of the day. And we used this comment earlier on about our research. Part of what I've been doing has been desperately seeking and trying to find out ways to mean them. And the ambassador started off by saying, if I put a note that I think 20% of our DNA over here is Norwegian. And then, as Ferret said, history really matters. It's very important for meaning. Very, very important for our identity and our understanding of others. And Howard said, our connections are remote in time, but present in space. I love that. And these connections for me have increased significantly. I now know that church that I was going back by in Waterford, in fact, is Clara. It's maybe St Olave and Dulos, St Dulos. It may be, and that maybe we really are more Norwegian or Scandinavian than we thought. And so I really appreciate It was a really good Friday afternoon presentation, which we finished with, and great humour. The only thing I missed was, and maybe on the music end, Fiona might, if she had a clip of music to finish off her presentation, or indeed maybe of using the time, or maybe a 10-second ditty she might have. But I really thank you.
You'd have to bring me a clip on first. Thank you very much.
Actually, if I could just make a point, just to clarify, what I'm actually saying at the very end, and I know it's been confusing, but I may as well just absolutely hammer it home. That is St Olave, and I don't think it has any relation to St Olave. It's in fact Dublin, the Irish saint. And in fact, it's very confusing because I was just told yesterday I think it was, that there's even now a housing estate and a shopping centre near St Olave called St Olave. So you really can't eradicate these areas. So.
It's well worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's well worth it. But it is very interesting about the French-Roman connection and this gift, because I think I said to you there yesterday that you have a hint of that in Wicklow as well, like Kilpedder and Kilpool, where I think these churches are linked to Dublin, whether they're feeding it or giving some form of tithe or something, that you have these connections. And I just don't want to add to the confusion. But when I was doing my homework this morning, as I said I would, about Dúlac, and there's absolutely no, linguistically, it has to be stand on its own, Dúlac. But as I was going down through the martyrologies, Colach does appear sometimes to be a form of old poem. So I'll leave you with that one. And now I have to look at it more. I think they're all these diminutives, Tug and all that stuff that you might have in Tug, the second sing. No. So, Stuart, thank you very, very much. I think we should, first of all, thank Stuart and then hand over to Ruth.
Thank you, Della, and thank you so much, Stuart. That was just a terrific session and a terrific day. So I suppose on behalf of Dublin City Council, NUI, and our project partners, the Royal Norwegian Embassy, and the Friends of Medieval Dublin, and of course Christchurch Cathedral, I'd like to thank, first of all of the speakers and session chairs. My thanks to Emer Purcell and her team in particular, who have worked diligently and tirelessly, and to everybody in the embassy, Christchurch, and Dublin City Council, and also our videographers. Thank you so much for all the work that you put in behind the scenes, because it's been a terrific day, and it's wonderful to have 6 years now on the go of this kind of international collaborative event celebrating Viking archaeology, history, and much, much more. So, without further ado, I'm going to call the session to a close. Before I do, I'd just like to say to the speakers and organisers, we're going to take a walk down to the plaque on Fishamble Street for a group photograph. Prior to that, we're going to just bring you all up to the stage and hopefully have a photograph